had a situation where it's always been okay to call white people crackers and honkies. At least that's what they call them in the South. You still had a situation where it's always been okay to call white people crackers and honkies. At least that's what they call them in the South. And that would be a form of anti-whiteism. But now the dictionary, actually has a definition for anti-whiteism: prejudice or discriminating against or hostile towards white people. And I believe that's positive to have a definition, a dictionary definition, because a discrimination can take place against white people. There's a lot of hatred towards white people. We hear about the hatred towards racial and ethnic minorities, but there's a lot of anti-whiteism that takes place across America, and it should be on equal level with anti-blackness or anti-Hispanic or anti-Muslim, anything that's based on prejudice, that's irrational. White is just like any other racial or ethnic group. And many of the things that the progressives attribute to whiteness, it's really Western civilization that's under attack. And with the Smithsonian, they have argued at times that if you plan for the future, you get to places on time, if you believe in hard work, the math that you have to take in school to qualify for almost any type of occupation, that's racist. And just imagine and think about how dangerous that is. Because if you get large numbers of racial and ethnic minorities believing that math is racist, working hard is racist, getting to places on time is racist, that all of this is whiteness and that whiteness should be rejected, you are dooming millions of young people to failure if you're telling them that whiteness is evil and that all of these things that make for success, that people like me had to do to be successful, that somehow that's whiteness, somehow that's evil. This anti-whiteness, that's what it is, anti-whiteism. It's destructive. It's related to Marxism. It's part of conflict theory. And one of the things that really troubles me as a person that loves all people is to see the bullying and shaming of little white children that's taking place in public schools under the guise of critical race theory and diversity, equity, and inclusion. It is wrong. And it's important for all of us to stand up and call it out when we see it.
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience for your love with a cold hard hatred. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. My God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Nothing, absolutely nothing going to stop us. And today, featured stories. Naked at church? Northern Virginia explodes. Another white child murdered by anti-white, non-white. U.S. troops to the front lines in Ukraine. Twitter code reveals social credit score? We'll take a look at that. Very interesting. Tucker and Benz interview, living under military rule. Go free lesson of the day. Criminal intruders. Jay-spurging and might be changing. We'll see. Your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there is this. We have a Promethean joke for you today. 4 lore masters are debating and voting on the interpretation of a particular event in the divinely inspired text, Prometheus Rising. When the head lore master shares that the vote results in a 3-1 outcome, the defeated and youngest lore master leaps to his feet in shock, shouting that he can't believe the vote was 3-1 and that he is right. He lifts his head and implores the spirit of the West to give them a sign so that the hidebound lore masters might know that he is right. Just then, it begins to rain. See, shouts the young lore master, the spirit of the West has given us a sign. The head lore master shrugs. It rains from time to time. Red-faced, the young lore master shouts, "Oh, please, Prometheus. They have hardened their hearts. They need a greater sign to be moved." Just then, lightning strikes a tree outside the window, and it comes crashing to the ground, its smaller branches tapping on the glass. Again, the spirit of the West has given us a sign, shouts the young lore master, imploringly, holding his hands out to his colleagues. The head lore master squints his eyes. Yes, that's impressive. But lightning often accompanies storms. At hearing this, the young lore master throws himself to his knees. Is there nothing left you can do, Prometheus, to show them that you side with your young and loyal servant? At that moment, a terrible crash of thunder strikes the building, and a booming, unbodied voice says, "I side with my young and loyal servant." At hearing this, the head lore master says, "Okay, so the vote is 3-2. throwing electricity right as we were starting. It's a glorious Sunday evening, Monday morning in the once great state of Virginia. It is 5 p.m. here, and it's wonderful to see everybody. 5 p.m. across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And just to check, yes, we are up and running on Twitter as well. Ladies and gentlemen, children from around the world, we are gathered here, a going free gathering to make sure that we are able to recapture our destiny, whereas the masses might sit around fires of entertainment. We are here doing the Lord's work, Prometheus's work in service to our well-being, and therefore the well-being of everyone who lives in Western civilization. It is truly glorious to be here with you all today. You may financially gift in the normal places like Cash App, which is up and running, Subscribe Star, which is up and running, D-Live, which is up and running, Odyssey, which is up and running. Hello to everybody on Rumble. Hello to those who show up and leave a message while we are streaming on Twitter. I will be keeping an eye on all of those. You may also financially gift on Entropy, which is up and running. Both the front and the back side are working beautifully here in service to white well-being. And yes, it does appear everything's up here running as well. Brand Danger is there dropping the links. God bless him. Hello, there's the Franklinator. There's the Forno, the champion. So many. Biospirit of the West is, can you believe the lore masters? Those are some hard-hearted people. They are hard to move, aren't they? I mean, gee, how many signs do you need? How much evidence do you need? Lacey is with us. Hello and welcome. Let us go ahead and jump in today. If you would like to get my attention at some point in this gathering, you will tag me as No White Guilt. Otherwise, you can financially gift. You can also financially gift by heading on over to nowhiteguilt.org. For some reason, the cyber world is this way, and that is where the website is located. And there you can click on the financial gift tab, and you can financially gift me. And there you will also find a snail mail address. For some reason, I'm going in Italian. But Fangu over here, the Italian. Wonderful to see everybody. Rory Herbert is with us. What do we have up first? It doesn't get any crazier than naked at church. Well, not literally, but we're kind of naked at church, ladies and gentlemen. Florida private Christian school expels. What does this world come to? Can you believe it? When you can have just a regular, upstanding, feminist pornographer can't even go to drop her kids off at the Christian church. What kind of place is this? How did it get this bad, ladies and gentlemen? Can't even just go there and be advertising her bare naked ass at the Christian school, dropping the kids. Why is she taking kids to Christian? Shouldn't they be going to some other kind of a school? Why are they going to the Christian? Even the pornographers know better, ladies and gentlemen. Florida private Christian school expels children of mother who promoted her OnlyFans with a decal on her car. Just kind of a little stretch out of her, all nude and maybe some blurry bits. I'm kidding. There wasn't that. But there was the address at which you could look her up. I wonder if this was actually taking place for I think a year or something. We'll get into the article. But by the way, the kids are not being punished because the mother is a pornographer. The brain dead in the world are everywhere. And people keep talking, when did the zombies come? The zombies are here, jackass. You're surrounded by them, and most of them are white. This I can tell you. Bunch of white boobies out there. And I guess that pun is intended. And they got rid of they can't have the mother showing up with the advertisement for the pornography. And so they have to say the kids aren't expelled. It sounds like the kids got in trouble. The kids are just thrown the hell out, right? It should just be the school, Christian school should just say, you're thrown the hell out. That's what we're doing. You're not expelled. You didn't do anything wrong. promoted her OnlyFans with decal on her car wasn't really fair. Here she is, and there's her car. Piper Fawn. Piper Fawn. All right. A Florida Christian school expelled 2 of its students this week. First Last is here. Great to see you. Good brother. Brush with darkness. Haircut looking tight. Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much. I went and I had held a firearm at the head of the barber. And I was like, you're going to get it right. You're going to do it just right this time. And she was like, please don't beat me again. And I was like, yeah, you don't want to get beaten again, do you? So you better just do it just right. I actually saw a clip. It was funny where it was a black barber shop. And the guy was apparently the black barber. So, you know, the black barber shops, you've seen these. It's just like everyone is black. The customers are black. The barbers are black. It's just like, hey, it's just the modern times, right? It's just the anti-white way. They can have their all black barber shop. Maybe I want to have an all white barber shop. What would that be like? I wonder what would happen there. You would end up with a bunch of white boobies would show up from the cuck movement, and they would say, you're giving them dollars. You're giving them God. Why aren't you praising the God economy? Oh, it's like this. It's like this. Oh my God, I got to look it up. There's a store right now where they don't advertise. They're not on the internet, I don't think. I'm going to have to look it up. Does somebody in the live chat know this? It's female clothing. They actually make the doors this wide. That's as far as it gets, so that only young, fit females can fit through. And guys who chase them. But other than that, only young, fit female. I thought it was a joke. And they had a video. They're like, look at this. It is horrible. They're giving up so much money. Except there's a line a mile long of young, fit females trying to get in. It's like the Lululemon. It's the exact same thing. The white guy who made that, the billionaire white guy who made that company everything it is, and by excluding smokers, excluding ne'er-do-wells, excluding fatties, excluding hippopotamuses and all this other kind of stuff. And then they push his ass out because he made some comments that were heretical to anti-whiteism. They push him out. And now they say, well, we're going to open it up to everybody so we can make more dollars, except not so much. Not so much. How did we even get off on that? I guess I shouldn't use that phrase as well. Everything is just putting the foot in the, I almost said hole. But Streaky Bacon is with us. I said, you're going to get this haircut right. And I saw this video, and the guys, apparently this black barber, he's always making these like what the client called homosexual rigmarole comments. He's like, why the fuck are you always doing that? And the guy says, did you get that thing oiled up? Did you get it oiled up? And the guy said, you mean the oil change on my car? And then he said, I'm sick of this homosexual rigmarole. Every time, just cut my damn hair. He used some other colorful language. And then the guy said, okay. And then he goes, oh, I run out of space over here. Do you want me to get you from behind? And the guy was like, take this damn cape off, is what he said. I'm getting out of here. Who else is here? Brant, of course, is here. Dennis is here. Greetings, the Unifier is here. Great to see you all. Samuski just showed up. Good thing the barber had such a steady hand under such trepidation. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We didn't want it to have to get real ugly at the barber shop. Florida Christian School expelled 2 of its students this week after the porn star mother. And by the way, this is not like, I don't know how much money they were actually making. And you remember the legislator, the woman who wanted to be, she'll win next time she runs here in Virginia. And anyhow, what was her name? Vaggie Virginia or something. Anyhow, this woman and her husband, they make some like $20,000 a month, which means I'm in the wrong line of work. But so they're for real. Two students said this week after their porn star mother refused to take a decal sticker promoting her OnlyFans page off the back of her automobile. So she's pulling up in line along with all the other moms who are intensely jealous. And and she's waiting for her kids. The modern West. This is so messed up. This is so wrong that you would think you could pull in there. I mean, okay, you want to do porn, you want to make a shit ton of money off of it, and you want to advertise it on your automobiles. You go down the road, for the love of God. How does the husband doesn't care about her, because that would seem to put her at some kind of risk. But maybe I'm wrong. And maybe she's a hell of a shot. I don't know. On both the camera and the firearm. But why doesn't she cover this up, for the love of God? When she picks her kids up, she could hang something and whatever. But instead, and they're going to be able to know how to look this up on their phone. And all this, despite what everybody knows should be the case. Nobody's children should be on cell phones. It just seems like obvious sense. None of them should be, unless you're trying to shirk your parental duties. Why would your children be on cell phone? Why would they need that? And so they're all going to be like, oh, let me just look that up. Wonder what Billy's mom is up to over there. What is OnlyFans? Does anybody know what? Holy shit! Holy shit. I can't get out of the car yet, Mom. Can we talk about baseball? Michelle Klein, who works under the alias Piper Fawn, was previously banned from bringing the vehicle onto Liberty Christian Preparatory School's campus after multiple parents raged about the perverted promotion. Could you imagine sitting in line behind that? You're here to pick up little Tommy, little Susie at the expensive Christian school. And they're just like, and what's going on at the Christian school? I guess it's like, it's just like Olstein, the goddamn billionaire. Christians have no problem making their preachers into centimillionaires. And they're like, it's for Jesus. He should have a $90 million. What are you talking about? What? So then you have this psycho anti-white POS, shouldn't even be in the country, waddles in there, this epicene anti-white with a child, no less, and then going to gun everybody down. And then Joel gets on the camera, all smiles. And then people are like, that's creepy. It's not creepy. You just ask his plastic surgeon. That's what happens. Once you get past like the 13th facelift, that there is no unsmiling. He's going to be like that in the coffin. Everybody's going to think they're going to prop him up in front of the lectern in the mega church down there in Texas. They're going to be like, he's not dead. Look at the smile on this guy's face. Oh, he clearly went to heaven. He steps up and he's all smiles and he's like, God's in charge. God's controlling everything. Really? Was he controlling everything that moment when the psycho came in and decided to kill everybody? Anyhow, what's going on at these places? Why don't some sane people come out? Why doesn't one of the are there no Christians at these places that carry swords anymore? Why doesn't one of them go out there and say, for fuck's sake, lady, I'm going to beat the shit out of your husband if you drive your porno promoting vehicle up into the parking lot again. Do you understand? That's what we're going to do. If you drive it up in here again, I'm going to unroll the fire hose from the side of the building and I'm going to shoot it through the open window. And so you can swim your ass on your way. Maybe you could make a video out of it and sell it on your OnlyFans. I mean, what the hell? What are they all going out there and say? You should ask God if he thinks it's okay to do this. Will you please? We think it's a sin to introduce the children to OnlyFans, these 7-year-olds. Probably like everywhere else, they're teaching anti-whiteism. So it's just like, well, that's her choice. That's her truth. That's her power. That's her girl power. I mean, it's the one area that transgender, that guys who are girls can't dominate because there's a part of the body that, the people are going to want to see, and they're going to say, whoa, no, thank you. So thank you to AI that will be replacing these women in short order. But Michelle Klein works under alias Piper Fawn, was previously banned. Quote, I felt like when they asked me to park off campus, I immediately obliged. I felt like when they asked me to park off campus, you felt like it? You did it or you didn't, Piper? I never had my car on campus again. And then it's like, that wasn't enough. And they had to take it a step further, Klein told the Post. Well, wait a second now. If she's actually not on campus, what's the problem? If they came out and they said, will you please, I just got off the phone with Moses and the janitor. He saw you out here again. And will you please not show up on the property? And she was like, sure. It looks like she said, sure. Janice is with us. Is the great No White Gil Clips with us? Clips is in the house somewhere. I'm blinded by the power that he exudes. I see nothing on the screen. Let us continue. So look, okay, I felt like, okay, so they took it a step further. I just feel like, so can you tell that this Piper Klein doesn't do much thinking? Can you tell? She feels a lot. Oh, I bet she feels a lot. I bet. She feels. Her mouth is a jacket. I bet she feels a lot. I just feel like taking it out on the kids wasn't really, they're not taking it out on the kids though, are they? But I mean, the question is, why did they go the step further? Why, when you were forced off the property and you could obliged, which I imagine you were by nature obliging, and you, unless you're like one of those like dominant females, I don't know about that nonsense, but the horse tranquilizer for you. But what's the deal? Okay, she's got some fake blue contacts in. Why doesn't she just go? She's got plenty of money. She could go get that surgery. We saw that Indian guy had his eyes gone from black to blue. Did y'all see that? He looks like the devil. It doesn't look good. I don't know why he thought that way. That's going to change everything. Now he's going to get all the white girls because he's dark skinned and has blue eyes. Nobody's going to think that was a surgery or anything. So let's see, Klein family, the children's enrollment would be immediately terminated thanks to their mother's decision to publicly advertise her pornographic website to children via vinyl lettering on images on the back of her vehicle. The school board, who used the word repent 6 times. Well, why are you kind of making fun of that? Who is this? New York Post. That's their religion. Wrote that Klein and her husband were committing a sin by filming and distributing their explicit venture, which rakes up to $20,000 a month. In a statement to the Post, head of school Jeremy Thomas confirmed the school's decision, stating it was taking action to protect the innocent children. Well, here she is with her shirt on and everything. Pornography is a vice and a sexual sin that destroys lives and breaks up marriages. I think I know why. Because even though the sexy Piper has gone off property, there was still a mother there with a brood of children who was still very jealous. And she took to TikTok, I think, to complain about it. We'll have a look at her. Promethean Kitchen is in the house, probably making something Promethean for me. It's a vice. It's a sexual sin that destroys lives and breaks up marriages. The negative impact of pornography on youth can result in long-term relationship issues. Okay. That's what Thomas said. Scripture is clear that anyone who causes children to sin will be subject to the judgment of Christ, absent sincere repentance and turning from sin to him. He goes on, the school notified Klein last month. I obviously want the pornography light years away from children. Okay? The Christian school, they don't want to have the pornography. Don't have the pornography there, right? Don't show up there with the pornography. You shouldn't have been driving up there, even if you're going to oblige later and say, and good for Klein to go off property. She said, okay, they want me, I won't go there anymore. But you shouldn't have shown up with your pornography at the Christian school. Now, a regular public high school, go ahead, really. I mean, come on. It'd be like the least of what they're up to. They would probably look and say, tame, lame. In a letter viewed by the Post, LCP accused Klein of mockingly replacing the sticker with a larger one that covers her entire back windshield. I doubt that was the reason why she got on the back window a gigantic sign. She's making money. So she's going to keep going the direction that it keeps paying. There are OnlyFans account girls that have bought billboards, gigantic, the biggest billboards, and setting along the side of highways. I'm the same person that was 3 years ago sitting in church service. I haven't changed. Not. It's just something that I've chosen to be more open with. So I haven't changed. Not. Is that accurate? I'm the same person that was 3 years ago sitting in church service. I haven't changed. Not. It's just something that I've chosen to be more open with. And that's part of the problem with, it's obviously not just Christianity. And none of these things are any particular area of our social lives, our political lives, etc., our work lives. It's all been corrupted by anti-whiteism. It's all been corrupted by Could you imagine in the Christian churches 100 years ago? Could you imagine what would happen to somebody like this if we had the same standards, the white mores, articulating Christianity, articulating our workspaces, articulating other religious spaces, atheist spaces, scientific space? Could you imagine if we had the same? And she shows up, she would be tossed right out on her head. So what's the problem? It's the anti-whiteism. It's the white erasure of our norms. We didn't stand up in Christianity, but if you point your finger at them and wag your finger, well, look, they didn't stand up, then you're in that whole glass house scenario, aren't you? That they talk about. So you damn well know white Christians would have tossed her ass right out. Well, I'm fallen, and so I can just, but I mean, ultimately, really, why not? You have some denominations have female preachers and priests, and they are advocating for an openness to transgender and being something other than you are, and all of this other sort of stuff. Bringing that all in, it's God's grace, it's his will. Anti-whiteism, the white erasure of our norms. That's what's happening. You want to see the difference between white Christianity and non-white Christianity? Just go look at it. Go look at it. It's totally different. It's always been different. Make no mistake, if elephants could write and read, record their history, and they got that wonderful little trunk with all those little muscles, they would take Christianity and make it in line with their mores, with their instinct. That's what animals do. That's what we are, even though we have a spirit, a soul. It's something she's more open with. And there's the happy couple. They're the $20,000 a month. They're definitely there for her. The people showing up are definitely there for her. I mean, this is not her best angle, I could tell you that much, or at least the headshot. But they ain't there. They ain't there for him. They ain't there for hubby. What do they bother to share his name? Oh boy. Okay. Marshmallow Doughboy with a carpet. Yeah. But I definitely get singled out now because people are like, oh, no, she does that. It's like, I've been doing this. It doesn't make me a difference. I've been doing it forever. That makes it legit. I've been physically assaulting my barber for years. Why is it a problem now? The letter also implies the decision came after Klein spoke about the incident with the media. The attention, she claims, was initiated by the parents who were angry about her profession. She got into a cat fight with another woman. We're going to look at the hero in just a moment. Despite kicking her children, who are elementary and middle school aged, LCP said it would consider allowing Klein to re-enroll her children in the future if she removed the decals and terminated her website. That seems to go a little far, doesn't it? I mean, that's where she's making her income, presumably. Why would they do anything else? Forgive my language, but I was basically like, kiss my ass. And that's a quote from one of her episodes. They literally did. She and her husband have decided to homeschool. Oh boy. There is any pair that maybe should not be homeschooling. God. All right. So you all wonder, right? Who are the heroes in this? If she's not the hero, who's the hero? Let's have a look at the hero mother who has come to save the day. You know, in the West today, you have the bad guys, you have the good guy, you have the good, sometimes you have these conservative types that just want to ride in. They want to ride in on one of them rocking horses, and they're going to ride in on one of them because they're not going to get on a real horse. They're going to ride in on a rocking horse, and they're going to save the day. Those are the real heroes. Those are the people who should get your dollars and your attention, and they're the ones who should get like all of the write-ups and all of the conservative news blogs and etc. web zines. They're the ones that should be talked about because they're riding to the day to save the day. Let's have a look.
New details surrounding the OnlyFans drama in Lake County. A total of 8 kids are now kicked out of a Christian prep school in Victories.
Okay, now see, it got bigger because this one, she didn't suddenly spawn. She's got 2. So why are there a bunch of others? Where are the other 6 children coming from? Was there like a little cabal that decided they wanted to entrepreneurial spirit here at the Christian school? They wanted to start making some dough off the OnlyFans. And though they weren't old enough, I mean, they were really industrious. One climbed on the shoulders of the other. They put a smock. It looked like an adult.
After a mom's complaint about another woman's OnlyFans decal goes viral. We first told you about Michelle Klein, who had that decal on her vehicle. Her 2 kids were kicked out last week.
Well, so you got a week. What's going on? Why are they kicking out the other ones? Promethean Kitchen says there's a famous Catholic priest named Father James Martin who promotes homosexuality in the Catholic Church. And a lot of Catholics despise him, but he's allowed to continue. Yeah, I remember more than 20 years ago, good buddies in the white sympathetic sphere who were Catholics, and the kind of stuff that they were dealing with and the fissures. This is over 20 years ago. So it was a flaming wreck heading for the surface of the earth in a hurry. Back then, real shame done to every aspect of our existence as white people.
Now, the mom who complained in the first place says that her kids are also being punished after she spoke out.
Oh, so the mother, the hero, can you believe it? The hero that swept in, that said, hey, even having her off campus with her slutmobile, that's actually what she should probably call it. Like, stick her right on the side. I'm serious. Talk about slutmobile, and you got this. Is she a bottle blonde with her fake blue eyes, deep tan? That's what all the filters are for. You don't want to see all them wrinkles after 30 years of laying in the Floridian sun. Leather bag. But slutmobile. You got the Batmobile on some. You got the slutmobile. Anybody else got a name for what we could call her car?
Fox 35's Marlisa Goldsmith joins us live in the Alert Center to
Goldsmith is the name of this. My favorite color is orange.
explain why.
Now, wait a second. Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? This is a different car than before. How many cars are they able to, with all that? I guess with all that money, you can go through a lot of cars. But that's a different car. Man, this is a tight-fitting outfit for the newswoman, isn't it? What's going on? Maybe she's trying to get in on some of that OnlyFans action.
Marlisa.
Yeah, John, today we spoke with that mother who initially complained about another parent having that OnlyFans decal on the back of her car that you see right here in this video. Well, that mom says she was just venting about what she saw in the school pickup line. But now, because of her vocal social media post, all 6 of her kids have been expelled.
The hero who came to a jealous woman, probably caught her husband a time or two, maybe a little peeky, seeing, wow, so this is one of the mothers at the school, right? A little jealous. She comes to the rescue. You all are going to be so inspired. Here she is. There she is. She gets on the TikTok. She's like, I can't stand. She doesn't exactly have much of a body. Okay. I mean, you can tell from this, she's kind of like one of those stick people. She just walked right off the page. She's like the ones I draw. I mean, you all can do better, but I draw those stick things, they walk like that. She walked right off the page so she's not exactly voluptuous. She's not getting the same kind of attention. So off campus for the porn mother is not far enough. This one, she's really got to come in and condemn. And this is a righteous condemnation from a good conservative person.
This video posted on TikTok.
So I am coming on here to vent.
Lake County mom Lexi Thomas upset about this car in the pickup line at Liberty Christian Prep.
And her husband gets in on this righteous indignation.
School in Tavares.
I'm stunned. I'm shocked. I was disgusted. Why am I looking at this?
The car has an OnlyFans decal on it, advertising a site that includes pornography.
These are the good folks. These are the heroes.
Text him and I said,
her and her husband, ladies and gentlemen. These are the good Christian conservatives who said no pornography at our school. We'll just have a little biological white erasure. How does that sound for you?
yeah, this is not cool. We're going to do something about this.
Look at him looking at her. What do you think? He's like, well, you're going to do something about it. I've been looking at it. You ain't going to find my extra credit card that I'm using on this account.
And that set off a social media firestorm.
Only in the modern West would we have to endure shit like this. God bless him, ladies and gentlemen. Because if he won't, then no one will. Virginia has been blowing up. Does anybody know about this? This is the second massive explosion in the Northern Virginia area. And we're going to talk about it. We'll just have a quick look. We'll have a quick look at it. Firefighter killed in Virginia house explosion. ID'd 4 other responders. Hospitalized. This is really sad. Appears to be a white man to me. I would be sad for anybody getting killed, firefighter getting killed in the service to the community. But definitely when it's a white guy, when it's so hard for white guys to just do anything anymore, but especially get into the fire department. I've shared some of the stories. Volunteer firefighter killed during a massive, and a volunteer on top of that, not even being paid. Massive home explosion in Virginia Friday has been identified, authorities said. Trevor Brown, 45, of the Sterling Volunteer Fire Department was identified Saturday. Loudoun County Fire and Rescue said he affiliated with the department. He'd been affiliated with the department since 2016. So a volunteer for all that time, not being paid for it. And this is the most expensive area to live, one of the most expensive areas to live in the country. In fact, that county, which is right beside Fairfax County, is the richest per capita, or what is it, for income in the country. Fairfax is like second or third or something. Look it up. See if I'm right or I'm wrong, but it's year after year. Why is that? Government contracts. The company responded to a home on Silver Ridge Drive in actually, that road actually sounds kind of familiar. A town about 30 miles northwest of Washington. It's mostly west. Around 7:30 p.m. Friday after receiving a call for a possible gas leak. Less than an hour later, the house suddenly exploded. 11 first responders and 2 civilians suffered injuries. So I want to, God bless this gentleman here and his family, all those who cared about him. A big thank you to him for his service and his family for his service to the community. And may he rest in peace. Look at this. Look at that. My God. So I wanted to bring this up just because for one reason, it's right here. You know, it's the second house that's exploded. And I know there's probably a lot of concern. There's probably a lot of talk. I haven't had a chance to go look. I actually, the past couple of days, I've been having a gallbladder attack. That's fun. But I'm sure there are people who are speculating, and I'm not saying that there wasn't anything weird going on. I wasn't there. I didn't know the people in the house. It's the same thing with Arlington. I didn't know the people there. I wasn't there during the explosion, so I don't know if there's something weird. Are there explosives? Are there whatever? But I can tell you this. The gas companies, I guess, in Northern Virginia are at work everywhere. And I surmise that it's because all of this infrastructure has come of age and is going bad. And so if you're in the Northern Virginia area, you will see the gas company and the companies that they hire to dig up and to repair these gas lines. It's happening everywhere. So it might be that the infrastructure is just going to the dogs because of age. And now this is a newer, relatively newer community, but nonetheless, because of age, that might be just what it is. But it might be, who knows? Maybe it's something more. If any more houses blow up in my area, might have to start looking elsewhere. But they really shut down the totality of the area because of this. I mean, the fire, rescue, everything. I mean, we're having all kinds of, it's just, everything's getting worse. This used to be like a pockets of total pristine Western creation, white people everywhere, no more. Now we just the other day, there was the helicopter flying around, police everywhere. And there was a criminal intruder that was just walking around and exposing himself to, I mean, this is like now common. This is now, thank you, third world. Thank you, third world, for what we get to live in. Myra's here. Hello. Cindy Ben. Spud is here. Great to see you all. Tocolo, she is here. Alejandro is here. Not white, construction and maintenance of infrastructure. Yes. Yeah, it's all, that was another thing. When I was a child, and when I would be driven around, sitting in my car seat in the back, which I can remember. I don't know if you all can remember that part. Maybe you can, but I can. I remember the construction workers were all white. This is just my lifetime. The roofers, white. The people building the houses, white. The people laying the pavement, white. There were a couple blacks here and there, but almost all white. That's completely changed. That fast. Spud says you don't have to be jealous to want standards for your child's school enforced. Oh, I agree. No, I agree. Were you here when I said that I would have them right off the property, and she left the property, and then this mother went further onto TikTok complaining that I guess her kids were allowed there at all, so she was no longer on the property. So, yeah, I agree completely. Rise is here. Great to see you. News Fist, who's going to be swashing through in just a little bit, is here. Great to see you. Wing of Productions is here. Happy Warrior. Tag me. Yes, I also agree. Females have to shame sluts. I agree. Shame the slut. Shame her. Because if you don't, she's going to use her wiles. And she's going to take attention away. She shouldn't be getting the attention of any good guys, but it breaks down. So shame the slut. Streaky bacon. I'll have bacon any way I can. Big bacon, Canadian bacon, little strips of bacon. I love bacon. So this is what it is. You got non-white construction and perhaps the standards that you see. There's a channel on, is it YouTube, that is a inspector, and he goes around and looks at this new construction, and you can see in some of the videos who's doing the construction. It's unreal. It's the house, like my parents' home and all this. Same house, by the way, my parents, poor middle class, same home, whole life. That's it. You get one house, okay? The thing is still solid. It's still rock solid. It's not going anywhere. The stuff they'll build today, you got like joists and all this. They're not even abutted. They're not touching. The kind of things. Houses will just fall down. And then you know what we'll get? We'll get plywood with corrugated metal roofs over the top of it. Gary is here. Hyperborean Dream. Olrak is with us. Why don't we move on to a news item that is a little bit more. I did not hear the boom of this house. Apparently it was colossal, but I don't know. Maybe I was booming at the time. And so I did not hear it go off. But there are, we hear all the way up here the occasional military drills where they test like howitzers or whatever. And we can hear them all the way up here. I mean, sound travels. It's, a little further south in Virginia, down 95, the Iron Highway, as they call it. And when they start letting loose, boy, you can hear it. One of the other reasons, since I was a child, I would be taken to like ground reservists military shows from time to time. And so when I got old enough to start hearing adult children, boys, talking about how the military, they can't take my guns away. We'll fight them. That's what having a gun is all about. It's taking on the military. And I thought, y'all going to get out there and you're hunting orange like the woman on the news channel? She's going to be with you. You're going to have the hat with the caps that come down. Anybody know what that's called? The hunting cap? They're going to be ready, aren't they? That's not what the government is afraid of at all. There's something else. It's not that. We're going to get into an item that is all too common and infuriating, heartbreaking for this community. It's heartbreaking. It's what we know, we feel immediately for the white female. When you see this, when you see these images, those who are white positive immediately look with all their concern to the image on the right. What happened to this daughter? What happened to this sister? That's what we immediately focus on, because what you love, you protect. What you hate, you just complain about. So we are the future. We are the people who the white children coming up today are going to look to and say, those elders, they were the ones that were right. We are those people. It's a choice you make to do the right thing. So you protect what you love. You'll take steps to prevent a repeat of the harm inflicted on what you love, but you'll only complain about what you hate, and therefore permit the same to be done again. And history demonstrates this. I don't know why the past is off this direction, but for some reason it is in my timeline. History shows us this. History shows us that when you just complain, when you just cuss, when you're just white negative, when you say, let's look at the racial data, crime statistics of this group. Let me just say how bad they are. When you do that, you take no steps to prevent this from happening again. And in fact, you play a part in enabling it. You play a very real, I'm not just saying that flippantly, you play a very real part in enabling it to happen again. But Jason, you say, that guy, or that guy on YouTube, that no white guilt guy, man, Kim, he doesn't want to just hate on these animals. He doesn't want to just hate on, because that Jason, no white guilt guy, wants to prevent white people from being harmed by anti-whites of all races. That's what that white guy does. That's what he wants. That's what he's been taking actual steps doing. That's what he's actively done in the lives of who knows how many white children now. I can't tell you how many parents have said to me that I saved their children, that they're now implementing strategies that have totally changed the lives of their children, that because of my effort, their children are saved. That is the kind of existence you want to live. That is the accolade you want to have. Not the opposite of that is your wife saying, don't bring that up this time. This is our family get together. There's no use in having another fight. And then having all of your family members, as soon as you launch into another tirade about how bad the blacks are, about how bad the whatever, they immediately turn you off in their head. Because they're like, I don't want to hear it again. Kitchen says he made homemade lasagna, and the video is on YouTube. Check it out on his YouTube. If you're not following From Eating Kitchen on his YouTube, check it out. Robert is here. Great to see you, good champion. Linda Hunter is in the house. Spartan is with us. Newsfizz says, this crap is happening so often now. It's insane. Every damn day. I will tell you, brother, I know you know this. I know this has been happening our entire lives every day. You're talking about the stats. You don't get to these stats of number of white women raped by non-white predators. You don't get to that stat for the past 40 years, 50 years, without it happening throughout generations now. It's been going on. We're not talking about it. And then, unfortunately, when it's talked about elsewhere, it's just this incessant, we need to be apart. And if we can only be well, that's a wonderful wish, buddy. That's a great wish you have. Jason's so arrogant. Can you believe this guy's arrogance? He doesn't just want to wish like the rest of us. Look, y'all, I see myself as, like, in all seriousness, as just a regular guy. I got talents. I've got weaknesses. I'm just another guy in the line that is willing to stand up in front of our people to protect, to make a people out of our deracinated race. That's how I see myself. And I see that it's the choices that I make that can make me extraordinary. Not something that just happens out in the world, not something that you can just like egotistically assert in the world around you. It's the choices I make, which means it can be the choices you make. Cowardice, just complaining about the race of people that this thing is from, this monster is from, that's a choice. That's cowardice. That's a choice to be a coward. That's a choice to do nothing. If I make a better choice, then I am better. If the Knights of the White Table make a better choice, then they are better. So get over it. You make the right choice. How many more times? I saw West say that he was stricken almost to tears or did, thinking about what happened to this 14-year-old. That is where your mind should be. Because when your mind is there, you say, I'm getting finished with this. I'm stopping it. When your mind is over there on the left, it's just more complaining. It's just more shouting and stomping through the house, and then just getting into an easy, because you become irascible in nature and contentious on the day. Specifically, you just end up getting into fights with your loved ones and people around you. You don't got to listen to me. You don't got to listen to me if you don't like it. You can keep living that shitty life. But we're gonna change the world. Lima, police arrested an 18-year-old Lima man. I guess man in that he's an adult. He's a monster. He's an anti-white monster. In connection with the death of a 14-year-old girl earlier this week. Just the death. According to a press release from the Lima Police Department, officers arrested a Malik. It totally sounds like an Irish name. Totally belongs in a place where he has access to impressionable white 14-year-old girls. He should have access to a fucking alligator farm. That's what he should have access to. On Thursday, on charges of suspicion of murder, he's charged with killing Lorelei Sterling, 14, at her home. At 2:24 a.m. Tuesday, officers were dispatched to a residence 778 regarding a possible homicide. They found Sterling inside the residence dead from a gunshot wound. According to her obituary, funeral home, so it's got nothing to say there. Anyone with additional information. Okay. So what happened? Unfortunately, anti-whiteism. You want to blame just this one monster, this one anti-white monster? The problem is the phenomenon called anti-whiteism. It's not a people. One of these days, the white people who survive, who make it through this bottleneck, they're gonna raise goddamn statues to us. It's gonna be getting statues to us because we are the ones who decided to assert a geniusly uncovered reality of the situation we're in, and then continue to press it forward despite all of the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. We continue to push the reality of it so that the white race can contend with our victimization once and for all. This phenomenon is everywhere. How did this anti-white, like gargoyle-looking monster get so close to her? Well, is it true that according to a Facebook, she was friendly with him? That she was anti-white? Is that true? Or do I have this one wrong? I mean, we have this happen so many times. Did she know him? Did she know him well? Had she decided as a consequence of anti-whiteism that she was going to befriend him? She had to make amends for the white race. She was feeling so much white guilt that she had been infected with already by the age of 14. I told you all in my book, Crucible. If you haven't read it, then what the fuck are you even doing? Seriously. I told you all in my book, Crucible, in junior high school, 11 to 13 years of age, the white females there were already so white guilted, so concerned with the ideological fashion of the day, that when I, as an 11, 12, 13-year-old boy, said anything positive about our people, defended us at all, these little girls acted like they knew the animal that I was and that they could see it all over me. They knew exactly that I had done horrible things to non-white people for decades, for centuries. They immediately knew what I was. That's the anti-white narrative. It's not some sort of mystery. It's not some, we can explain it all. We do explain it all in the playbook, Go Free. We explain to you exactly how this works. We explain to you exactly how to address the anti-white ideas that are in yourself and in your children, that you all have, that you all, with ridiculous, hubristic nonsense, think that you have control over. You don't control shit in your head. The anti-white propagandists, psychological warfare operators, control everything you think and do. And you'll realize that when you finally come to grips with the reality. That's not a mystery. It's like nothing is a mystery. Nothing is a big, they're going to be a bunch of, and I already see them now. All of these like Indian people in America and in other Western countries who are coming out as like gurus of this or that. And then white people are making them rich. They come out and they're like, I will tell you the secrets of the, and sometimes they're from the Western countries, so they don't have an accent. And they're like, I will tell you the secrets. As long as they're brown, as long as they're dark featured, as long as then white people are like, can I kiss your, where do I plant my lips? Can I wash your feet? Can I kiss your feet? White people. You know, you can't blame these. Of course, you can't blame these Indian and Asian gurus now that are becoming famous and rich, telling the world about how the psychological warfare, how mind manipulation, how all of this. You can't blame them for seeing an economic opportunity for themselves, can you? Look at the big white booby and its masses. It will pay all of my Mercedes and Tesla bills. It'll give me the big house in Northern Virginia. And the big house, vacation house in Florida, the white boobies will. But then you have Jason come along and they sell like whole fucking programs to white people. And you look at their programs and it's total nonsense. No reality whatsoever. What moves the animal from one spot to another? What moves? It's not a fucking mystery. Manipulation of an animal is very straightforward. Jason practically gives it away. He selflessly practically gives it away so that we can recapture our destiny. Ain't nobody making me even 100-aire. Ain't no, hey, when that day gonna come when I'm 100-aire? Not gonna happen. You go out, you show up on the conservative blogs, and they're sharing all of this different bullshit. As long as it's non-white or female, worst case scenario. Spartan, still thinking about your reference to do not cast your pearls before swine from last week. Ah, thank you for that. Yes, exactly. The reality of Joshua Bell. If you weren't here, go back and check it out. One of like the top 3 violinists in the entire world playing, what was it, Mozart? And one of the 3 pieces he played in a DC subway here, the Metro is what it's called here. One of it's considered, if not the most challenging piece to play on a violin, one of the most challenging, and no one gave a shit because they weren't good enough to know, to be able to see the value in front of them. And that's what happened with us. You know, if Go Free works for thousands of people, why wouldn't it work for you? If Go Free works on the micro individual level and then works slightly larger on the family and then works slightly larger at the schools, all of this already demonstrated. And the lexicon, as I pointed out, can be taken up by multimillionaires, as we've demonstrated, can be taken up by intellectuals, as we've demonstrated, without having to take over the country with a marching army. When all and more, and you know I could go on, is happening. Why can't more happen? And why can't you see it? Why is it that the Salty Cracker guy on Saturday, I think it was, live, 40,000 live viewers. Everybody walking by Joshua Bell. Hundreds of people walked right by, didn't give a shit. Guy is paid by the minute. He's so good. Seats he had in the Boston Symphony 2-3 days earlier, $100+ a seat. Everybody just same music. They just walking by. That's what happened here. There are real world, tangible things I can do to end our victimization. And that is what I intend to make my life's sole purpose, says Samuski. We love you, man. You are a fucking legend. God bless you. Looks like Biospirit of the West is cooking with no white guilt. I'm sure it's going to be delectable, my brother. Coconut is here. Hello, sister. Welcome. Herman is here. St. Andrew. He says the hat I'm referring to is called a Ushaka. Is that how it? Am I pronouncing that right? Or I've never heard that before. Wow, thank you. Never heard that. I always wanted to wear one, though. I thought I would look devilishly handsome. But then again, I'm always looking devilishly handsome. Smell the Glove is with us. Were you over at that OnlyFans before showing up here? Good to have you. I'm just shitting around. All right. So I don't know if anybody saw. Linda says, do you have a clip of him playing in public? I do. The actual security camera in the subway. And so you see the escalators. I'll have to find and pull it up. Maybe we'll do it on Wednesday. And he's off here to the left. And it was, the other thing was, not only were they not good enough to recognize the music and the beauty of the music, they weren't good enough to recognize his ability to play the music. And they weren't good enough to recognize that the violin was $3.5 million. So that's what happens. And the big takeaway is you've got to go to where people are able to see your value. And that's just wasn't happening. And I mean, you have Salty Cracker, 40,000 people watching live. And just like the DC subway, just streaming on by, they're like, Western Kind Art is with us. I'm cleaning with No White Guilt. Jay Bishop is with us. Cool Papa J Magic is with us. So I didn't get confirmation, but I believe that this young girl had a Facebook or some other account where she revealed that she was anti-white. She had been taught to hate the white race, and there was nothing you can say at home to change it. Nothing. Parents, grandparents, aunts and uncles, there's nothing you can say at home except to inoculate your kids against it and to treat them once they're infected. Christianity doesn't do it. Old European religions or pagan, whatever you want to call them, don't do it. Science doesn't do it. Fairness doesn't do it. Conservative principles doesn't do it. Allegiance to money doesn't do it. Selfish individualism that the white race expresses everywhere doesn't do it. Nothing saves them. How can you not see this? Generations of all of that have been failing. It's like a landslide. Anybody saying, we'll just do more of that. I'm just going to sit them down if they decide. You are a king fool. That's like saying you're going to treat the brain tumor if it happens. Well, the brain tumor happened. Well, I'm going to dress it myself. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to pick some milkweed and I'm going to make her a milkweed concoction. No. Your children, your grandchildren, your nieces and nephews are infected with a mental disease. They are infected with a mental disease. You have to go to the professionals. You have to go to people who have been curing it, addressing it for decades. You have to submit yourself to their experience. You have to submit yourself to their successes. Your priest can't help you. Your preacher can't help you. Your whatever it's called that leads the moot can't help you. They can't help you. The science teacher can't help you. She let this guy in. He was a friend. A friend. She let him in. She felt like she was making amends. She felt like he is cool because he has brown skin, nappy hair, non-white. And so therefore he's cool. You know, a great demonstration of how you and you and you and you want to demonstrate how sick that we all white people have been made by anti-whiteism in our just regular lives. And talk about really having to dig in deep to treat that infection, that psychological warfare that's called anti-whiteism. You know why so many white people take up ghetto language? Even the slightest thing. A statement here, a statement there. You know why? because at a fundamental bone marrow subconscious level, you believe that non-whites are superior and that white people are inferior. At a bone marrow subconscious level, you believe that non-white people are naturally cooler. What really does that mean? Better, more valued, more valuable intrinsically. And then as a consequence, white people just adopt any new idiocy that some non-white, like ghetto rapper, anti-white, invariably says. You can go to in all white parties of white professionals, and you will find the most awkward shit you have ever imagined when some like stilted white guy or white woman, and actually the individual, like so like just, as I say, like stilted, ossified, can't sing, can't dance. And then they'll be in the middle of normal speech, they'll throw out some ghetto term. You're like, why would you imitate? Why would you imitate something so, and this is this ghetto, this is the left side of the bell curve of the non-white populations, the dumbest of the entire group, where the reason they have words that mean nothing and everything and that can change any moment is because they're too fucking stupid to remember English. They're too dumb. So then all of a sudden, like one of the most well-known ones is shout out. That just means anything now. It's always meant anything. Anything they want, anything and nothing. Why? Because they can't remember the fucking proper sentences and words that they would use in those specific places, in those specific interactions. Then you have white people come along and they pick that and they adopt it. Why? Because at a bone marrow level, a psychological, subconscious level, you believe they're better. You don't see the opposite isn't happening? You don't see them suddenly saying, well, you know what? At least I want to be able to say hello as a proper white man. And nobody imitating a white guy. Ain't nobody doing that. Because they think they're pathetic. And that's what this little white girl thought. Oh, how do you know, Jason? I know. Because I know the psychological warfare. Sorry, I ain't brown. I'm not a female. I'm a light-featured, Germanic cut white man. And that's just what you're going to get as somebody who is true and hardcore for Western kind. Not going to be like round face. There's nothing wrong with that. Not going to be doughy. Not going to be slack-jawed. She thought white guys were pathetic. She thought white guys were the bottom of the barrel. The non-white guy, he's cool. He's hip. He's with it. And on top of that, she's got to make amends. She feels the compulsion to make amends for all the evil that the white race has. I will show him how I am absolutely not heretical, in other words, racist, to anti-whiteism. How my parents aren't home, nothing. He can come right over. 14 years old, 18-year-old. He can come right over. He knew exactly what he was going to do. Maybe even she did. But it went too far, is my guess. It went too far. She got hurt. Maybe she wasn't ready for whatever. And she was, and in the contest of that moment, in the fire of that moment, in the damage of that moment, punching her, strangling her, slapping her to get her to stop fighting. And all, as I'm saying this, you should be thinking about this from her perspective. The fear, the terror, the losing of innocence. You should be thinking about that. It went too far, and he was certain that she was going to reveal what he had done, and so he murdered her. That's my guess. Happens numerous times every single day across the West, if you pay any attention. That's my guess is what happened. If he's proven guilty, I guess we'll wait and see, because he's only charged right now. But who failed this little girl? Who failed her? Immediately, her parents, obviously. But why were her parents in such a state that they were either anti-white, or they had never heard of Go Free, or they had could not take steps to research and find us and the remedy? Who's at fault? The white sympathetic sphere, folks. That's who's at fault. That's who's at fault. We're going to keep pushing. We're not going to make excuses here in this community. We're going to keep driving to prevent Loreleis of the future, to prevent them from being raped and beaten and murdered, fighting for her innocence against some anti-white monster, gargoyle from hell. We're going to keep fighting. We're not going to make excuses. But we're also going to tell it like it is. The white sympathetic sphere, both implicit and explicit, those slandering and demonizing to prevent people from hearing what we have to share, because it undermines their ability to have an excuse because they're losers. And the rest of the white people out there who are so dainty and uncomfortable with mentioning white people being victimized. It's all their fault. It is their fault. I've been around too long, seen by too many, for it not to be their fault. The remedy is here. It works. If it works for thousands, why won't it work for you? That's whose fault it is. Vigil is here. Bob is here. They imitate white guys when they're at a job interview, or when they work at as news anchors. Oh, job interviews not so much anymore. Yeah, in the past, to sit up straight, try to talk like a white guy. Yeah. And as a news anchor, to be able to have that job for now, that'll be white erased, though, my friend. You watch. That'll be white erased. And it'll be no surprise to this community when it is. Matt is here. Promethean Kitchen saying, when I was in high school, he says he used to dress black to look like he lived in the ghetto or something. Now that I think about it, I'm kind of embarrassed about that. Yeah, brother, thank you for the courage to say that. You know how few white people are brave enough to admit that they imitated non-whites to be cool? I mean, look at this shit. Look at it, for Christ's sake. Open your eyes. You all were doing it. We all were, white people by the hundreds of millions, imitating non-white people. Why would you do that? Because you think that you were, but you couldn't remember. You couldn't be tricked. You're too smart and too brave and too with it and too on it and to whatever, right? You could never be tricked. Oh, except you were imitating the non-whites in their clothing, in their speech, in their opinions, and siding with them against white people when there was the opportunity. Yeah. But you got that conscious mind where you can say, no, it didn't happen. Sure. B is here, says, it never ceases to amaze me that my YouTube app never alerts your live streams, but alerts me for others. It makes me want to watch even more Kip. Keep it Promethean. Amen to that. Big salute. Big salutes to B, who says he's going to watch even more since YouTube's getting in the way. Never alerting. Hey, and there are other opportunities to get alerts. You can look down into the description. In fact, I say in the description that it's not, YouTube is the least likely place that you will get an alert for yours truly. We're going to get into U.S. troops on the front line just a minute, just a brief look at that. Then we're going to talk about the Twitter code. If you all didn't know, it was revealed, and there is a Twitter cred. Twitter cred. There's actually Twitter cred. So a social credit score. And it's very important for our outreach team, especially since so much of the work on the outreach team, a big chunk of it is done on Twitter. So we're really going to have to mind these rules. We'll be talking about that and the Tucker Benz interview, living under military rule. Sounds like people coming along after the fact and saying that, what is it? What? The Go Free people were right. They were right all along. They were right all along. I should do the as mister. I'll do the as mister. They were right all along. Why does anybody listen to that? I'm going to do my zipper. I'm going to make the zipper sound. Can you hear it from there? I'm not standing up. Might I lower the mic? I don't know. Will it bring a bunch of more viewers in? Maybe. Slaughtz is with us. Great to see you, brother. As Mr. Are you all ready to have a jovial time? We had a jovial time when we first got started with the hooker or whatever she is, and her flabby husband, which nobody is paying to see. It's his page too. Okay. So that was fun. That was a jovial time. We're here for the Jove. We're here for by Jove. How about, are you ready for the bon mots? Are you ready for the bon mots? You want me to serve up some bon mots? I am a bon mower extraordinaire. You have everything here. You have unexpected, like wild Tourette-like behavior. From time to time, you have anger, you have laughing. You've seen me even get a little moist in the eye. Yeah. You see the highest IQ that you can find on the internet without question. Just another reality. Like when I was at university and we were doing the vertical leap for the football team. And when the black guys, a couple of black guys, defensive back, receiver, when they got up to do the vertical leap, like all of these white guys, gigantic football teams, like 100 and, well, at that stage, it was probably 150 people. And of course, they whittled it on down. They gave people walking papers, but they all, gathered around all these white guys and like, let's see how high he can jump. And they could jump. They could jump high. There was no doubt, those particular guys. And then when I got up, it was interesting because there was a black receiver. Well, he's like 3/4 black and maybe 1/4 Hispanic or something. And he saw me warming up for all of the activities that we were going to be doing. And I heard him talking to some of the other non-white guys. And he said, when he saw me warming up, and I was like coming out of, we didn't have blocks, but the phrase, like coming out of the blocks, just just like bursting out and warming up, turning the legs over really quickly. And he said something like, "Oh shit." And I heard him because they weren't that far away. And I looked over and I saw him looking at me. Then he talked to those guys. They showed up to watch me do vertical leap. And when I leapt, they were all like, "Holy shit." And they were all like, then started laughing and everything. No white guys there. No white guys. The non-white guys had shown up. And then all these white guys come running over and they're like, "How high? How high?" Too late, bitch. Too late. You don't get to know. None of the white guys there. Mestizo is here. Great to see you, my brother. He says, even the white sympathetic sphere, even in the white sympathetic sphere, there's several guys that use words from Arabic, like harem, instead of calling something, oh no, maybe it's haram, instead of calling something sinful. Are you serious? What's the pronunciation? Instead of calling something sinful. Despicable. Pants is with us. Great to see you, champion. Great to see you. All right. I'm going to keep checking out what y'all are saying. Share your thoughts with me, but you got to tag me, and I will look over here as well. Looks like on Twitter, there might be a comment there. Let's see. Maybe if I just refresh, it'll show up. And show some replies. Okay, we have something Smith says, while Greg Abbott is talking about securing the border, when this all went down a few weeks back, he was literally in India. I know, I saw that. Is that Nikas Smith? Quote, as long as it's legal, close quote. Texas is being invaded by Indians, he says, meaning the subcontinent of India. Thanks for that input. Hey, and if you or anybody else are over there on Twitter, share that we are live on Twitter right now. Anybody who writes under there, I'll read the comment. Tag me though. Tag me if you would like me to specifically speak to it or a question. But thank you so much, Smith, over there. I know it's as long as we're legally white erased, it's okay. No, it's never okay. We need some memes about that. Our meme merchants, our meme mavens need to come up with something better than I can come up with and make some memes. Some of you are just amazing. I look and I actually get like that little like happy victory laugh. I'm like, there's no chance that people can contend with this. So thank you very much. Over there on Rumble, I don't see any comment. Tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt, and I will speak to your comments or questions as we are rolling along through here. Now we're going to bring up, ladies and gentlemen, subterfuge. Subterfuge. Let's see. But that, you know what, the Jason guy, he's in like an office in his house. That's just so unprofessional. Yeah, like it's so legitimate when the little girl dilettantes that you follow are in front of, they have like some Christmas lights directly behind them on the wall, or they have a green screen and it's like this much is all you can see. I mean, that's just like Fox News, MSNBC. That's just the same thing. All right, here we go. This is the subterfuge, ladies and gentlemen, that marches. It is afoot. U.S. troops will be on the front lines against Russia without further Ukraine aid, Senator Coons says. How many of y'all have heard, can I get an amen, for the anti-whites losing their shit over America, and it's principally white America, saying enough with the wars already, specifically enough with the war in Ukraine, and enough with the supporting the non-war that continues taking place in Israel, Palestine, which they're all the way over at that city that's like right on the border right now. What's left? Enough already. We're sick of it. So all of a sudden, we see the anti-whites everywhere saying Russia could attack us. Russia is putting, and this is the crazy, Russia is putting nukes in space. Nukes in space. I guess they're going to be fired by the pigs that are up there. They're going to be aimed down. They'll be firing nukes down, rain down on us. They're going to fire down nukes and probably COVID-20 will be fired down on us from space by the Russians. It just doesn't matter to the anti-whites. It doesn't matter at all. What's going on here? So the threat now is by Coons. What's his last name? The threat now is that, well, if you don't send all of these billions over there so that we can keep Ukrainians dying. I actually saw one show where they were saying, hey, right now, I'm not kidding. Hey, right now, it's just the Ukrainians dying. We're paying for it, Germany, UK. It's the Ukrainians dying. Let's just keep them fighting. They literally use the word. I'm not paraphrasing to make a joke. The person on I think it was on MSNBC, said, it's just the Ukrainians dying now. Because they don't care about white people dying. If this were Zambians, if it were Nicaraguans, it would be the end of time. They would be crying on the set. They would be talking about their little brown and black and yellow and whatever other colors they attribute to non-white people, babies. And how they're going to have to go without a father, and then how they're, etc. Ukrainians, white men dying, fighting other white men, killing other white men. They're like, it's just the Ukrainians dying. Let's keep paying so that we don't have to go. We're not going to war, motherfucker. We are not. The American population is not putting up with it. And I mean, I got some, I don't know. I would like to think that there would be some very serious things done by the population if the U.S. decided to put American troops in direct conflict with Russia. I would like to think that enough is enough. I mean, there is no law and order, in my opinion. Don't forget about a two-tier system. There ain't no two-tier system for justice in America or anywhere in the West. There's just an anti-white, white-erased justice system that benefits non-white people and benefits anti-whites of any race, benefits the victim, the privileged groups of any race, and that victimizes white males specifically, and then some white females secondarily. There ain't no justice system. Wake up, America. Wake up, Canada. There ain't no justice system. The governments of the West are at war. And we're going to be talking about that with the Tucker and Benz interview. They are at war with the white population of every Western country. The evidence is everywhere. White people standing around still saying, it's not about race. You're going to be dead. You and your children are going to be dead. And it's going to be based on your race, you fucking bitches. We're not trying to benefit some race. We're trying to stop the victimization of a race. It's not about race. It is about race for the anti-whites. It's about victimizing white people. That's your answer. It's not about race. It's about victimizing white people. It's not about a war on meritocracy. It's about meritocracy is white erase because white people put it in place so that we wouldn't have this stratifying of the white people who were born to these folks, and so they automatically get, and white people, they weren't born to these folks, and so they get down. No, we wanted to say all of our brothers and sisters on the same level. And the best man wins. The best man wins. That's what we wanted. That's what we created. That's ours. That is our instinct, our biospirit in our lived experience. It's in the inanimate world because we can put it there. How many times have you seen ghosts put anything in the world? What's created in the cemetery? Everything is done by living people in keeping with what they project into the world. You don't like my sermon? You know where the door is. You choose cowardice? You know where the door is. Jason gets too fired up? There's something wrong with you. Jason gets too passionate? It's because you're broken. Speaking to CNBC, Munich Security Conference, Coons said that the investment in Europe was the U.S.'s best chance to best defense against Moscow. Enough. America, the world is fed up with war. And we specifically here are fed up with a brother versus brother. And isn't it crazy that how many communities immediately said and stuck with it? The absolute no to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. We oppose both. We don't want any war because we have a principle. No more brothers' wars. And the rest of the white sympathetic sphere, so many of the explicits, this is what I'm talking about, the explicit white sympathetic sphere, that all along they're like, I got another meme. No more brothers' wars. Look, it's a Nazi with a Nazi helmet, and it's an American guy with one of them dumb helmets they wore in World War II. And they're shaking hands. Then the war sets off, and then immediately they're like, I'm for Russia. I'm for Ukraine. Well, we're the only people with principles left. We're sick of it. I am like this close to saying about elected officials, you put American troops in conflict with Russia, and I'm going to tell you what. That's how close I am to saying some things. Getting fed up with it. I am this close to revealing what the population can do to make you stop. It's not what everybody out there would think. You know damn well and good. You know I'm talking to you. Sick of it. The U.S. faces the prospect of direct combat with Russia if it fails to provide continued financial and military support for forces on the ground in Ukraine, says Coons, calling for bipartisan support from the U.S. House of Representatives for a new $100 million aid package that includes funds for Ukraine. Coons said that the investment in Europe was the U.S.'s best defense against Moscow. Horse shit. I'm not even going to spend any more time on it. We're going to get to better things. We have pacts. We have NATO. If Russia moved on any of the countries in Europe that are in the separate pacts, in NATO, etc., all kinds of alliances, it would be an immediate war with the superpower of the world. Omnipolar bullshit. You have all these content creators. They're good at jogging in place. They're like, I got another new phrase that the dummies in the audience, they're all going to be like, oh, I'm going to just be on their lips. Omnipolar. Wow. Just keep jogging in place. Maybe do a little bit of a moonwalk. Jog in place. Omnipolar. That's the new pedantic term that gets them all thinking they're listening to something smart. That's bullshit. United States and the vassal countries, superpower of the world, no comparison, obliterate all opposition. They have weaponry that can hit nukes in their silos in other countries. For fuck's sake! Of course, that's just rumored. It's not that I know something that is not widely known. What are you all saying? We're going to get into our next news item. We're going to get into our next news item. We're going to keep chugging along here. God bless everybody for being here in service to white well-being. I love you. You love me. You love your priest Kuna, your preacher Kuna, your emperor Kuna. Doesn't that sound like it's legit? Like that's what it's supposed to be? That sounds like it's totally legit. Let's see here. We'll put this right here. Now they're all going to be like, he calls himself emperor. We actually had people, when we were joking around, we actually had people that got like all offended. They were like, Jason's not God? Duh. Really? And then, they'll be yakking it up with some mainstream comedian saying far more ridiculous statements. Jason's not God. He thinks he's God. He thinks he's some kind of emperor. It depends on the context, my dear. Because I can make you pray. I can make you cry out in tongues. I can make you cry out in tongues. You'll be speaking in tongues. You'll be speaking in tongues. Yeah. Slaughtz is here. What always gets me is the white dudes who insert gracias or other Spanish terms. I hate it too. I so hate it. They're like, gracias. You know what? I am like super proud. Everyone knows. White guy, white man of the West. Man of the West. So how are the white guys treated that are like using? Now I know Spanish is a European language, but in the US, they're not using it for white Spanish speakers. They're being obsequious to non-white Spanish speakers. They're like, gracias. Hola, vato. Hola, vato. You have my quarter? Do you have a quarter, señor? That's what a guy said to me one time. I was walking by. I can do a perfect imitation of that guy. He's like, señor, you have a quarter? I was like, what the you going to do with a quarter? No. Then that was years ago. Then the other day, I'm driving down, I pull up at a red light, and there's a woman out there with a sign that says, like a, I don't know, and maybe like Afghani sign. I have 5 children. I need money. Sign says, and I've seen her with the children out there. All right, we got to keep rolling. Keep it rolling. Rolling. Keep them doggies rolling. Boy, the streams are swollen. Rawhide. Rain and wind and weather. Hell bent forever. Wishing my gal was by my side. All the things I'm missing. Good living and good kissing. Waiting at the end of my ride. My voice is actually shot right now, but I can still do that. I hate it too, man. Samuski says, if I if I have dear friends who reject me talking about our victimization and how to stand against it, I have to assume I am going about it wrong. Do you have any advice for me about this? So if I have dear friends who reject me talking about our victimization and how to stand against it, tag me again, brother, with like, I don't quite understand, because talking about our victimization and then how to go about contending with it, like, is this a conversation that you're getting in and they just don't like the conversation at all? They don't want it brought up. So I'm not exactly sure. Pants says, I used to too. So I guess dress up maybe as black or non-white in general. I never danced at school dances because I just thought whites were dorky. Can you hear that? So this is a chunk of his life that didn't happen because he thought if white people dance, it's dorky. And a lot of white people never try to dance because they've been told they can't. And they've been told it's dorky. So this is a big part of life that's gone. That another great example of why we don't use the idiot white genocide nonsense, because that is some exaggerated bullshit that nobody believes in and that you have to have an argument over, and that has yet to happen. A victimization yet to. When are you genocided? When the last white person dies. I mean, how fucking stupid. I get these people show up on the Twitter trying to argue for this shit. When has the genocide finally happened? When can we complain about it? When the last white person dies. No, I think we can talk about our actual victimization right now. And it's these things that are literally happen in people, and people's lives are meaningful. What was it? Was it Stalin that said, you kill one and it's like a big issue, you kill a million and nobody cares? You're talking about the millions of white people. It's an abstraction. Yet again, you see the white sympathetics, whether they're implicit or explicit, talking about abstractions. We talk about lives. He missed out on something very real. What would have happened what would have been those moments in his life, those very real, valuable moments of being able to stand with a young lady and not know how to dance, and you're just learning, and you don't have to feel awful about it in a healthy Western world. Whether you have the ability to be great or average at dancing, or whatever, you wouldn't have to feel awful about it because you haven't been told that all white people suck. And that you could then tentatively, trembling hands, put your hands on her hips in a very safe place, high on her hips, and smell her hair, and just sway. That's a real victimization. That's something really taken out of somebody's life. And you don't get to live it over. Get righteously mad about real things. He says he was a popular athlete and class clown. Popular athlete and class clown. Where did I get that idea from? We all know. Yep, precisely. Thank you for sharing that, brother. Yeah, share our injuries. Share your personal injuries. These are the things that matter. Talk about when our ideas, our mores are white erased as the victimization of us. It is the victimization of us. Those are our things. Okay, we got to keep rolling here. I hate that they're trying to turn the language of Spanish into non-white language, even though it came from Spain. Same thing with Portuguese. Well, precisely, says Promethean Kitchen. Precisely. I had a Spanish-speaking white guy that I was having a conversation with that got started because we could hear these non-white from south of the border talking in Spanish. And he told me, he said, I was like, I don't mind that they don't speak. I don't want them speaking English. But so often so many of the intruders can't, or they can't for shit or whatever, retarding the language. And he said, my friend, they can't speak Spanish either. He's dead serious. He said they are about as bad at Spanish as they are at English. That was an eye opener. And then years later, or over the years, I further queried other Spanish speakers about that and confirmed again and again and again. Slaughtz says the ability to experience growth because it is not fated. You cannot. Amen, brother. Amen. Amen. Absolutely. Adriana is here. Hello and welcome. Alex is here. Everyone in my family circle fawn over, praise anything non-white, like cuisine, clothing, music, etc. When they are brought up in conversation, it is so sick and sad. That is another real victimization of you. Having to endure that. Having to endure this grotesque paternalism for non-white people in white people that you love. That is another real injury. That is a real enough injury that a poem, a song could be written about it. A book could be written about it. A lifetime of that. God, white people, start recognizing the actual slights and wounds, because that is what will compel you to really get righteous and do something about this. If you don't recognize that it is an injury, that it was an injury to you, that you never tried to dance with your junior high or high school sweetheart because of all the anti-white garbage, the anti-whiteisms you were taught, if you don't recognize that as an injury, guess what? You won't try to prevent that injury from being inflicted on the next generation of whites. If you're just merely talking about the final genocide of white people or the great replacement, you're going to overlook all the real injuries. The real injuries that happened to Lorelei before the final injury. All those real injuries that led up to and enabled the final one that ended her life. Forever young. The most grotesque statement that you will ever hear in your life. Forever young. So we got to keep rolling. Thank you for that, brother. Know Thyself says, despite politics not being the solution to white plight, do you think the growth in nationalism in parts of Europe is a good sign? Yes and no. Great question. The energy is good, but they cannot go the ethnocentric route. They cannot go the ethno-nationalist route. Why? It's already been defeated an infinite number of times throughout history. How many times do we have to see it getting defeated? It will be defeated again, and it will be even more easily defeated given the stage of the anti-white mental disease that we're in. I mean, we are in the final stages, and there is a remedy. So these energized masses, like all these farmers that are getting out in Europe, they need Go Free more than anyone on planet Earth. Great things can be done if they can get hold of the concepts that undermine the psychological warfare that defeats them every time they complain. It doesn't matter. A new slight. Next time it'll be better. Next time they'll do so much worse to us. We'll suffer so much that'll finally be it. No, it never will. We need the concepts that liberate us from anti-whiteism. Why? because it's not what the anti-whites fundamentally think. It's the moral matrix that white people need that undermine the psychological warfare moral matrix of the immoral moral imperative of anti-whiteism. You have to overcome that social morality, and this is what does it. You've got to get passionate about it. This is what does it. Any country that by quirk or by Hungary or whatever that pushes away too much and is too much of an affront to what the anti-whites are doing elsewhere won't even have to get to the point of warfare crushing them. They'll just crush them psychologically, morally, economically. That'll be it. You need a moral matrix, a moral backbone for your population to endure the privation of what anti-whites will inflict. Only when people know that they're right will they not immediately capitulate. And when I say know that you're right, that means you have the moral standing. Thank you for that question. I think that was know thyself. And tag me again if you have more info. Let's roll, baby. Let's roll. I'll put this on the screen because there's just a bunch of stuff to read, but so you'll know. That's what we're reading from. And it says here, this is the Twitter cred, a Twitter credit score. Alex Finn, having gone through the code that has been open sourced on X, but I still call Twitter because of the shadow banning. He says he went through the 13,000 lines of code, and there are landmines that are destroying your reach and what you can do to fix it. Let's get into it. Following too many people, and you can continue to tag me and ask about anything you want, and I will keep an eye on the different platforms that we have up and running. Following too many people will destroy your reach, according to the code. The algorithm calculates your follow to following ratio, and if it's off, your engagement suffers. He says you want to have a following, you want the number that you're following to be at maximum 60% of your follower number. Maximum 60% of your follower number. So however many people are following you, 60%, no more than that, and for the number of people that you are following. Here's the thing, though. If you are over that number, don't jump over to your account when we're done here and start wildly deleting, because according to the algorithm, to do so will get your account banned. So don't do that. This is very important information for us here, since we want to go out into the world and with these concepts, recapture our destiny. Very important information. You want to take them off slowly. It's also important to, when you are removing people from your follower list, the people that you are following, when you are removing them, that you want to find the people who are, for example, J-Spurgs, or if there's anybody like that, you cannot brook any of them on Twitter. To follow them downgrades your credit score, your Twitter cred. Even to, I'm jumping ahead of myself, even to engage with them downgrades your Twitter score, your Twitter cred. I didn't make up the name, they did. So I recommend that if you're going to have any engagement, make it one and then block them. Don't follow them. Make it one and block them. There is a tool that will, a website, and I can give it to the outreach team if you don't already have it over there, that will allow you to see the tweets of, and I guess you, even when you block them, you can just click to have a look at their tweets. But otherwise, if you want to keep an eye on other accounts, you'll have to keep a list of them rather than follow problematic accounts. Your reputation, he writes, is partially based, according to the algorithm, on the people you interact with. Reply to someone with a bad following ratio, for example, someone who talks about controversial topics. Now, I don't know where Alex is on the issue of white well-being and whether or not he considers that controversial, or more importantly, whether or not Twitter considers it controversial. That is what we do. So we're going to have to talk about that subject. And if that's going to be, the one thing that is a negative on our Twitter cred, then so be it. It just has to be that way. I hope that's not what Twitter is doing, but what do you expect? Musk is not. Musk is everything I said he was when he bought and before he bought Twitter, and the reasons I gave for why he would buy Twitter, and then he did buy Twitter, and the reasons why I gave he would recruit allies, and that's when he came up with the freedom of speech thing. And you got all these people, like Alex was on a Twitter space saying that, it was brilliant. I think it was Alex. It's brilliant because now he gets all this intel, and he was thinking that before he bought it. Bullshit. He wasn't thinking that at all. He's just a regular guy with shit tons of money. And you would do the same thing if you wanted to push back against people lambasting you. So the people you engage with, if they have bad reputations, then that will lower your Twitter score, your credit score with Twitter. Before interacting with anyone, quickly verify their account. Hover over their name and quickly view their following ratio. Don't reply to comments under the show more reply. So he's saying, just as an example, if you're going to interact with somebody and you hover over their account and you see that they follow as many people as they are followed by, or nearly, don't interact with that account. Maybe unless it's going to be one comment and then that's it, because that will negatively impact your score. That's an example he's giving. Obviously, if you hover over the account and they're J-spurging under whatever version it is, don't interact with them. It's going to damage your reach. He also says, never reply to comments under the show more replies button. So if you come across a post, you go down and then it says show more, just don't even bother clicking it. If you click it and you reply to any of those, that's a big negative. He says here, there are blacklisted topics that you cannot talk about on the platform. We don't get to know what they are. Those are behind even the algorithm, okay? You never get to see these. And there are reasons for it. There are reasons for it. And to a degree, it's a good thing, because I want a good part of town. I don't want the internet to be like the ghetto, right? And I'm not even talking about non-white people. I'm just talking about like the bad part of town, the bad side of the railroad tracks, because that's where everybody is dumb. The smart people leave. Smart, non-violent people get the hell out. sure, there are going to be some people who get stuck behind, but generally, and there's a big difference between general and universal. Learn it if you're unsure. Generally, it's the dumb, violent people in the bad part of town. I don't want to have to suffer their stupidity. You can't have a conversation. I was listening to this Joey, Mariano, have a Twitter space a little bit, listening to it with some guy who's like legitimately one of those dimwits. And you can't have a conversation with them because they're not able to compute. They're not intellectually honest. They're just violent. They shouldn't, honestly, they shouldn't be allowed to talk in polite circles. I'm not a free speech for every tard out there kind of person. So that, because they're opening their mouth is counterproductive. It is harmful. No, they're not allowed to talk. Oh, but goddamn Jason, look at him. He wants to shut other people up. Yes, I do. I want you to not be able to talk because you don't have something productive to add. You are only destructive. We see it for years now. I make arguments about what is good and what is bad. And then the response is, Jason is a drug addict. Jason is that's what these people in the bad part of town, that's how their minds work. So no, there is blacklisted topics. Now, if white well-being, I mean, yet again, another reason. For example, when the Nazi LARPers, the Hollywood Nazis, whatever you want to call them, when the J-Spurs, when they use anti-white, for example, they always put a hyphen. That means it's more likely that the hyphenated anti-white, which is the inferior anti-white, by the way, construction, is blacklisted. Anything that they're doing and putting in their posts is likely to be on the blacklisted list. Keep that in mind. If they use anti-whiteism, they put a hyphen. If they use it without a hyphen, both of them, they put a capital W. And a big reason for that is that they are so jealous of me. And the reason for that is because they stood beside me at a urinal. There are blacklisted topics you cannot talk about on the platform. It isn't available in the front end of the code. So you need to make your best guesses here on what they are. And he suggests don't get too spicy in your timeline. Talk about trending topics, he says, but don't get too controversial. See, that's where our positivity has to come in, right? We are white positivists. We are white positive about what's happening in the world. We're focused on us. We're focused in love. He says, put yourself in an advertiser's shoes. So I don't think he's saying to get advertisement, but in the mindset of what an advertiser would be okay with your comment appearing beside their product. Like, it's not going to be over the top if you're saying, hey, love white people, stop victimizing white people, don't victimize anybody on the basis of their birth. An advertiser most advertisers are probably like, yeah. But if you're out there saying Fourth Reich, it's more like fourth tricycle, you know what I mean? Then they're not going to want to be beside you and you're downlisted. Now, these accounts, by the way, when they're shared off of Twitter and then people get on Twitter and follow them, they can get big follows as a consequence of that. But they're not growing as a consequence unless there is, at which I think there likely is, anti-white psychological operations taking place on Twitter like everywhere else. Musk wants to be left alone. He wants to have his money, he wants to have his fortune, he wants to have his say. If they come in and say, we want to promote this Nazi group or that Nazi group on the platform, It functions as a honey trap, and we can follow these people back, and it undermines resistance to anti-whiteism. He'll do it, guaranteed. You'll be finding out about it in a couple years, and some of you will say, "I remember that Kuna guy saying that would happen," and then some of you will remember and then refuse to admit that I said it would happen. You'll just attribute it to somebody else. If whatever you're talking about would make an advertiser uncomfortable, you probably don't want to talk about it. Using outside links. Pay close attention. Using outside links immediately destroys your reach. But there's a way around that. So in other words, if you say, follow No White Guilt, and you have clickably in your tweet, nowhiteguilt.org, youtube.com/nowhiteguilt, in the first tweet, it will ruin the reach. The reason why, he says, is that they don't want people leaving the platform to go to other sites. Now, when it comes to us, there's probably, assuredly, shadow banning as well, to some degree. But you don't want to make it worse. The way around this is you make your tweet, and then you immediately respond to your own tweet with the links. Does that make sense? Never include outside links, he says. And then he gives the little, he also says, the little workaround. He also says, hashtags are dead. Not only are they ugly, but they now dock your reach on Twitter. So if you use hashtags, hashtag anti-whiteism, hashtag anti-white, hashtag white erasure, that is docking your reach. You can keep those phrases, just don't hashtag them. If you want to throw a couple in as though they were hashtagged, then do it. He says the code is aggressive on language and can detect when you are being offensive. What does offensive mean? Well, I mean, I think when it comes to argumentation, you could clearly be like an aggressive ass, and it will detect that. If saying white well-being is considered offensive by Twitter, well, we can't do anything about that. But what we can do is we can not engage in a very rude way with people. You can politely say, you're wrong. You're an anti-white. Goodbye. You're wrong. You're not going to be able to be white negative. Goodbye. That's different. All right. Let's jump into, that's all we have for now. The Twitter team can obviously dig into it further. We're going to get to a little bit of this interview. We'll see how we do if we're able to watch it. And then we will be taking a short break. We're going to be having News Fist for a swash through, which is going to be totally cool. We'll have our swashbuckling, and I'll be looking at your comments, keeping an eye on you all. All right. Are we going to be allowed to watch and critique Tucker Carlson? We'll see how fast we can make him. So we can speed this up. Here we go.
The defining fact of the United States is freedom of speech. To the extent this country is actually exceptional, it's because we have the First Amendment to the Bill of Rights. We have freedom of conscience. We can say what we really think. There's no hate speech exception to that. Just because you hate what somebody else thinks, you cannot force that person to be quiet because we're citizens.
All right. So that, as you can see, as a principle, undermined us. As a universal, doesn't matter what the speech is, even if it is about ruining white people, Western civilization, you've got to allow it. Wrong. Wrong. Never again.
Not slaves. But that right, that foundational right that makes this country what it is, that right from which,
it's where these these cucks will say, I don't agree what you're saying, but I'll die for it. How fucking stupid is that? I've actually said to some of these like grug-brained people out there, I've actually said to them, that is supremely ignorant. You don't care what they're saying, but you'll die for their right to say it. They will kill you for being white, for producing Western civilization, but you'll die for their right to promulgate that poison to your children. You deserve to have your head screwed back on properly. I won't say what I wanted to say there. Metaphorically. I mean, think about these things that are being said by our brothers and sisters out there. That's why we have these outcomes. I don't know. How many guys do you see? They crawl out of their 18-wheeler. You know, they're like, I'd rob an 18-wheeler. I don't care what that Pico commie said. I don't care. They want to kill Western civilization. I don't know. He talks like this today, all right? Maybe next time he'll get a New York accent. I'll work on it, all right? He'll have the marbles in his mouth. But right now he talks like this. He's like, I don't care what them pinko commies. What they got is they're killing the country. But I'll die for their right to say it. You're right. You will.
All of the rights flow is going.
See, this is the thing. I have sympathy for midwittery of the white race and even midget-wittery of the white race. I have big sympathy. And I would function with noblesse oblige. Obviously not economic noblesse oblige, because I'm poor as all get out, but because intellectual noblesse oblige. I want to take care of them. I want to make their lives better. The problem is that these midwits and these TARDISes out there, they don't want to yield to intellectual superiority. They don't want to yield to somebody that is intellectually and great leadership material superior to them. They think that they've got it all figured out. So look, this guy, I don't care. Smart. Thinks he's so smart. God thinks he's so smart. Motherfucker. I hate him. I really hate him. Why do you hate him so much, Bob? It was at the urinal beside him. Actually, want to know something funny? I was at one of my blue-collar jobs over the years, and one of my coworkers, I was at the urinal taking a leak, and the guy came up and slapped me on my ass so hard. Piss went everywhere. Anyhow,
going away at high speed in the face of censorship. Now, modern censorship bears no resemblance to previous censorship regimes in previous countries in previous eras. Our censorship is affected on the basis of fights against disinformation and malinformation. And the key thing to know about these is they're everywhere. And of course, they have no reference at all to whether what you're saying is true or not. In other words,
Franklin just said, what a heartwarming story. Yes, it was like, gather the children around so I can tell them about a time at the factory when I hosed piss everywhere.
You can say something.
I mean, I go into like the genteel circles and I outthink them. It's just a fact. That's why they get so jealous. Circles around them. And then I am comfortable and real and in the mud bogging, the physical laboring, the digging the ditches, the etc.
Thing that is factually accurate and consistent with your own conscience.
By the way, I laughed my ass off when he did that. I was like, what the?
And in previous versions of America, you had an absolute right to say those things. But because someone doesn't like them or because they're inconvenient to whatever plan the people.
Okay, so what's the problem? We're teaching here. What is one of the problems? There are a few problems have already gone by. I know Slaughtz, Franklin, Fernald have already figured it out. But a few problems and others I've already figured it out. Few problems that are going by here. And one of them is that the problem Tucker is saying is that the freedom to speak whatever you want is the issue that we are suffering. They're taking away our right to say whatever we want. That's the problem. When the problem is very clearly anti-whiteism, taking away our right to speak out against anti-whiteism is the problem. Because you can go speak publicly about worshiping Satan. You can go speak publicly about a myriad of things, and the anti-whites are not going to censor your speech. Obviously, you can go out and be anti-white. You just can't speak out against anti-whiteism. So to tell your colossal audience of boobies, big white boobies out there, big white tits out there, to tell them that the problem is that we're just not able to speak, that they're just curtailing freedom of speech, and it's all about this abstraction, is to do them a disservice nigh upon killing them.
People in power have, they can be denounced as disinformation, and you can be stripped of your right to express them, either in person or online. In fact, expressing these things can become a criminal act, and is. And it's important to know, by the way, that this is not just the private sector doing this. These efforts are being directed by the U.S. government, which you pay for and at least theoretically own. It's your government. But they're stripping your rights at very high speed. Most people...
Now, why? Is it because there are individuals in the government and private sector that if you just remove them, if you just remove the bee's nest, everything is fine? No. You have an ideology that is a phenomenon that is encouraged to grow in the body of Western kind because we have this weakness for it. Therefore, we express it first, anti-whiteism with no non-white people present, and then white people serving selfish, individualistic desires and pursuits, bring in non-white people for various reasons to serve those selfish, individualistic pursuits. And then out of the non-white population, you find anti-whites as well. And some of them grow to power. And in the non-white populations, you have percentages of individual groups that will work for individual well-being by way of group well-being. They end up doing better than the white race, who are serving themselves egoistically. And then you have retards, or TARDISes, I should say, midget wits in the white population that say, if you just get rid of those bees' nests, then everything will be fine. Again, the fact that they're dumb is just the way they're born. The fact that they don't submit to a superior explanation is the problem.
People understand this intuitively, but they don't know how it happens. How does censorship happen? What are the mechanics of it? Mike Benz is, we can say with some confidence, the expert in the world on how this happens. Mike Benz had the cyber portfolio at the State Department. He's now executive director of Foundation for Freedom Online. And we're going to have a conversation with him about a very specific kind of censorship. By the way, we can't recommend strongly enough. If you want to know how this happens, Mike Benz, B-E-N-Z, is the man to read. But today we just want to talk about a specific kind of censorship, and that censorship that emanates from the fabled military-industrial complex.
So if you want to know how it happens, how could Tucker have benefited the population immeasurably? Not just of the United States, but all Western countries. He could have said, if you want to know how this works, Go Free is what you need to read. Go Free. I guarantee you, I could pick up Ben's book and there are going to be gems in it, but it's not going to explain how to get out of this. And it's not going to explain that I will put money down. I've never read the book. I'll put money down that he doesn't explain the mechanism of control, just the curtailment of speech in opposition.
From our defense.
And that's a consequence of the mind's desire, particularly the mind of a Westman, to compartmentalize and simplify the information for the purpose of application. It's a brilliant thing that creates a wonderful civilization. Except if we're going to investigate how to reclaim our destiny, it has to begin with the tools that work. And then you can zero in on specifics.
Industry in the foreign policy establishment in Washington. That's significant now because we're on the cusp of a global war. And so you can expect censorship to increase dramatically. And so with that, here is Mike Benz, Executive Director of Foundation for Freedom Online. Mike, thanks so much for joining us. And I just can't overstate to our audience how exhaustive and comprehensive your knowledge is on this topic. It's almost unbelievable. And so if you could just walk us through how the foreign policy establishment and defense contractors and DoD and just the whole cluster, the constellation of defense-related, publicly funded institutions strip from us our freedom of speech.
Sure. One of the easiest ways to actually start the story is really with the story of internet freedom and its switch from internet freedom to internet censorship, because free speech on the internet was an instrument of statecraft almost from the outset of the privatization of the internet in 1991. We quickly discovered through the efforts of the Defense Department, the State Department, and our intelligence services that people were using the internet to congregate on blogs and forums. And free speech was championed more than anybody by the Pentagon, the State Department, and our sort of CIA cutout NGO blob architecture as a way to support dissident groups around the world in order to help them overthrow authoritarian governments as they were sort of built. Essentially, the internet free speech allowed kind of insta-regime change operations to be able to facilitate the foreign policy establishment.
Biospirit of the West says that Benz does talk about psychological warfare in the interview. Well, that'll be good to get at. I don't know if we'll be able to get at it today. Maybe so. But if we don't, we'll come back on Wednesday, which is when I do roll-in, usually later in the day, but we'll see. And we'll continue with this interview.
State Department agenda. Google is a great example of this. Google began as a DARPA grant by Larry Page and Sergey Brin when they were Stanford PhDs, and they got their funding as part of a joint CIA-NSA program to chart how, quote, birds of a feather flock together online through search engine aggregation. And then 1 year later, they launched Google and then became a military contractor quickly thereafter. They got Google Maps by purchasing a CIA satellite software, essentially. And the ability to use free speech on the internet as a way to circumvent state control over media in places like Central Asia or all around the world was seen as a way to be able to do what used to be done out of CIA station houses or out of embassies or consulates in a way that was totally turbocharged. And all of the internet.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, of course, the internet, if you all know, created by maybe the white man, and initially for the military in the battlefield, carrying out warfare, etc., and this sort of global communication, and then extended to the population, like so many things that are created in the pursuit of things that are real in the jungle, like warfare and space travel, because that is also largely, almost entirely, warfare as well. And then the spirit within us, that biospirit of the West, that is combines with that thirst to conquer the unknown, to know more, to see further, etc. It's all part of who we are. But naturally, it would occur to the people who are involved that this can be used as the communication, peer-to-peer communication can be used as a tool of warfare, both at home and abroad. I don't believe there was ever a moment that it was innocent at home, ever. Why? Because the ideology that is our social morality informs every decision, every interpretation, etc.
That free speech technology was initially created by our national security state. VPNs, virtual private networks, to hide your IP address. Tor, the dark web, to be able to buy and sell goods anonymously. End-to-end encrypted chats. All these things were created initially as DARPA projects or as joint CIA-NSA projects to be able to help intelligence-backed groups to overthrow governments that were causing a problem to the Clinton administration or the Bush administration or the Obama administration. And this plan worked magically from about 1991 until about 2014, when there began to be an about-face on internet freedom and its utility. Now, the high watermark of the sort of internet free speech moment was the Arab Spring in 2011, 2012, when you had this one by one, all of the adversary governments of the Obama administration, Egypt, Tunisia, all began to be toppled.
Which you should be thinking about this as you're listening to Ben's here, that that the government of the United States could make the decision that it's going to continue to be used the way it is abroad and curtailed where need to be abroad and differently at home for its citizens. If we had a government run by white men for white well-being and therefore the well-being of all the races who live in America, that's how it would function.
Than Facebook revolutions and Twitter revolutions. And you had the State Department working very closely with the social media companies to be able to keep social media online during those periods. There's a famous phone call from Google's Jared Cohen to Twitter to not do their scheduled maintenance so that the preferred opposition group in Iran would be able to use Twitter to win that election. So it was free speech was an instrument of statecraft from the national security state to begin with. All of that architecture, all the
this is for some people, and everybody should learn this. For some people, if this is like a total shock to you, then let it be an opportunity to mature socio-politically. Gullibility seems to be part and parcel of our genetic makeup as white people. Just this, we need to be cynical. Nothing is being done. This should not be a surprise at all. This should be something, of course, anti-whites would be doing this. I'm a little leery of any claim that the government is forcing the social media companies to do X, Y, or Z. That, again, is an argument that will undermine our resistance to anti-whiteism, because your audience then will conclude, well, we just need to clean up the government. We just need to get those people out of those offices. And then, of course, the next person, you don't even have to imagine that there's a cabal of bees in the nest that will just methodically rotate another person that will do their bidding. No, the population is composed of anti-whites. That's why, I mean, am I like the Aristotle of our day? For God's sake. That's why you keep getting anti-white outcomes. That's why there's nobody for Trump to hire to carry out a real resistance to anti-whiteism. Even your conservatives that Trump can hire. And then everybody's going to be saying, oh, I can't believe he hired a bunch of people that stabbed him in the back again. Yeah, I can.
NGOs, the relationship.
Looks like we have Kingdom of Vinland is here. Janice, if I didn't say hello to you earlier, Ivan is here. Happy Warrior is here. Lucky Lunda, the Thunder, Red Dog is here. Hey, folks, share on your social media that we're here, we're live. We have 100 people in this gathering, for sake. I just told you all on Saturday, I think it was Saturday or Friday. What's this guy's name? Cracker Chicken or whatever. 40,000 watching live on Rumble.
Just between the tech companies and the national security state have been.
And remember, the best lesson from Salty Cracker that we ever got, and I'm not, more power to him to make his money, to be popular with his non-white wife, and to do his thing. More power to him. I don't actually have, and when it comes to a person pursuing their professional success, that doesn't bother me. Like I don't have some desire that people don't pursue their professional success. The biggest dichotomy when it comes to recapturing our destiny, which is what we need to do, not just entertain 40,000 people live. We need to recapture our destiny to put an end to this. This is not a fucking game. Is when he was complaining to his audience in the most absolutely retardous way imaginable, the phone booth, in the most ignorant way imaginable, that iHeartMedia, this big internet, this big mainstream media empire, had used a picture of a white little boy beating up another white child on a school bus for a story about a black male teenager beating the living piss out of a what appeared to be a white little girl, like a 9-year-old little girl on the bus. He got on there in front of his 40,000 and he's like, but you look at them and they're just doing another racist thing. Look at this. And it was one of these people who never commits a crime. He was doing that. I reached out with our lexicon, our dialectics to iHeartMedia, and with my shitty little number of followers on Twitter, but with all of our champions who are out there posting and etc., with our lexicon and dialectics, I reached out to them and I said, you're not going to do this. We're going to tell everybody. We're going to show everybody. And we're going to be doing it in love, hope, and redemption, using our dialectics, our magic words, if you will, with love and hope and redemption, where it's coming from. And they wrote me back, apologized, and immediately changed the picture. So while the guy with the 40,000 audience was over there talking like a fucking Muppet with his non-white wife running around in the background, helping to do the tech stuff for him and taking care of the children he got to have with her, 40,000 watching live at that time, we with 100 watching live went and changed what a major media empire was showing on their story.
Long established for freedom. In 2014, after the coup in Ukraine, there was an unexpected counter coup where Crimea and the Donbass broke away. And they broke away with essentially a military backstop that NATO was highly unprepared for at the time. They had one last Hail Mary chance, which was the Crimea annexation vote in 2014. And when the hearts and minds of the people of Crimea voted to join the Russian Federation, that was the last straw for the concept of free speech on the internet in the eyes of NATO. As they saw it, the fundamental nature of war changed at that moment. And NATO at that point declared something that they first called the Gerasimov Doctrine, which was named after this Russian military general who they claimed made a speech that the fundamental nature of war has changed. You don't need to win military skirmishes to take over Central and Eastern Europe. All you need to do is control the media and the social media ecosystem, because that's what controls elections. And if you simply get the right administration into power, they control the military.
No, look, I mean, maybe this is somebody that said that, but this is not something that's new. This didn't just start happening during Ben's life. These are logical conclusions that midwit to uber midwit people are going to come to.
So it's infinitely cheaper than conducting a military war to simply conduct an organized political influence operation over social media and legacy media. An industry had been created that spanned the Pentagon, the British Ministry of Defense, and Brussels into a organized political warfare outfit, essentially infrastructure that was created, initially stationed in Germany and in Central and Eastern Europe, to create psychological buffer zones, basically to create the ability to have the military work with the social media companies to censor Russian propaganda or to censor domestic right-wing populist groups in Europe who were rising in political power at the time because of the migrant crisis. So you had the systematic targeting by our State Department, by our IC, by the Pentagon of groups like Germany's AfD, the Alternative for Deutschland there, and for groups in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Now, when Brexit happened in 2016, that was this crisis moment where suddenly they didn't have to worry just about Central and Eastern Europe anymore. It was coming westward, this idea of Russian control over hearts and minds. And so Brexit was June 2016, the very next month at the Warsaw Conference.
The idea that Russian control was coming westward?
NATO formally amended its charter to expressly commit to hybrid warfare as their...
No, that's obviously not. That's obviously not a legitimate argument. The West is not becoming Russophilic.
As this new...
Did I get that wrong with his claim, what he just said?
NATO capacity. So they went from, basically 70 years of tanks to this explicit capacity building for censoring tweets if they were deemed to be...
I got to go back.
In Europe who were rising in political power at the time because of the migrant crisis. So you had the systematic targeting by our State Department, by our IC, by the Pentagon of groups like Germany's AfD, the Alternative for Deutschland there, and for groups in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Now, when Brexit happened in 2016, that was this crisis moment where suddenly they didn't have to worry just about Central and Eastern Europe anymore. It was coming westward, this idea of Russian control over hearts and minds.
He just wedded, and unless I'm wrong, and you all can correct me, tag me, that they, I guess the oligarchs, the military, the intelligentsia of the US and this vassal states, their argument was that Brexit was a consequence of Russia. And it was this was moving westward.
And so Brexit was June 2016, the very next month at the Warsaw Conference. NATO formally amended its charter to expressly commit to hybrid warfare as this new NATO capacity. So they went from basically 70 years of tanks to this explicit capacity building for censoring tweets if they were deemed to be.
Okay, so obviously that's not accurate. Obviously.
Russian proxies. And again, it's not just Russian propaganda. These were now Brexit groups or groups like Matteo Salvini in Italy or in Greece or in Germany or in Spain with the Vox Party. And now at the time, NATO was publishing white papers saying that the biggest threat NATO faces is not actually a military invasion from Russia. It's losing domestic elections across Europe to all these right-wing populist groups who, because they were mostly working class movements, were campaigning on cheap Russian energy at a time when the US was pressuring this energy diversification policy. And so they made the argument after Brexit, now the entire rules-based international order would collapse unless the military took control over media, because Brexit would give rise to Frexit in France with Marine Le Pen, to Spexit in Spain with the Vox Party, to Italexit in.
Okay, so this is another like a bait and switch. I don't know if this guy Benz is doing it himself, but it's not a concern over Russian expansion over the minds of people in specifically right wing in the rest of the West, because I include Russia as the West. It's obviously a concern with a pushback against our victimization. That's a consequence that I've been talking about for years, long before. I was talking about during MySpace of peer-to-peer communication. When you finally found out that everybody else in the world wasn't radically anti-white, that there were other white people that were like, look this. And this same shit's happening here. And then you learn, you could talk to people in Australia and find out the exact same playbook, the exact same anti-whiteism.
In Italy, to Grexit in Germany, to Grexit in Greece, the EU would come apart, so NATO would be killed without a single bullet being fired. And then not only that, now that,
by the way, I cut right to the meat of the matter to get to our well-being. There are other people out there that pedal without a chain, and they're going to talk to you about. They'll start giving you like a high school level history class on the right-wing movement in Greece and the right-wing movement in Estonia and the right-wing. Do you need any of that? Do you need another high school? Did you really like high school history class? Did that do anything for white well-being?
NATO's gone. Now there's no enforcement arm for the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, or the World Bank. So now the financial stakeholders who depend on the battering ram of the national security state would basically be helpless against governments around the world. So from their perspective, if the military did not begin to censor the internet, all of the democratic institutions and infrastructure that gave rise to the modern world after World War II would collapse. So you can imagine the reaction
may I ask you to
5 months
pause
later, Donald Trump won
there?
the 2016 election.
So you just told a remarkable story that I've never heard anybody explain as lucidly and crisply as you just did. But did anyone at NATO or anyone at the State Department pause for a moment and say, wait a second, we've just identified our new enemy as democracy within our own countries? I think that's what you're saying. They feared that the people, the citizens of their own countries would get their way. And they went to war against that.
All right. I'm glad he asked that question. Let's see.
Yes. Now, there's a rich history of this.
Okay, but where is that Russian influence again?
Dating back to the Cold War. The Cold War in Europe was essentially a similar struggle for hearts and minds of people, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, yes. In these sort of Soviet buffer zones. And starting in 1948, the national security state was really established then. You had the 1947 Act, which established the Central Intelligence Agency. You had this new world order that had been created.
I think we'll cut it off there, and we'll finish this on Wednesday. I'll get to more of it on Wednesday. It's interesting, but I think we will be right back.
You hear it in school, please remember, don't let them carry you like a river. No matter what they bitch, do not quiver. You can still be cleansed by the river. Did you know that you are not to blame? Did you know that others did the same? You'll hear one side of your history, but we can't leave the rest a mystery. See, every race has some dark history, something not to repeat and something we can learn from. And every race has a strong victory, something that we should embrace and always be proud of. So when you hear it in school, please remember, don't let them carry you like a river. No matter what they pitch, do not quiver. You can still be cleansed by the river. When you hear it in school, please remember, don't let them carry you like a river. No matter what they pitch, do not quiver. You can still be cleansed by the river. When you hear it in school, please remember, don't let them carry you like a river. No matter what they pitch, do not quiver. You can still be cleansed by the river. So why are all their teachings anyway? Look how strongly we impacted life. See, all of us did in our unique ways. Be proud of what the fam built and never be ashamed. People enslaved our ancestors, but we hold it to them no more. Europeans fought each other, but there'll be no more brother wars. Therefore your race should be no exception. Forget reparations, now an isolated event for you.
When you hear it in school, please remember, don't let them carry you like a river. No matter what they pitch, do not quiver. You can still be cleansed by the river.
When you hear it in school, please remember, don't let them carry you like a river. No matter what they pitch, do not quiver. You can still be cleansed by the river. When you hear it in school, please remember, don't let them carry you like a river. No matter what they pitch, do not quiver. You can still be cleansed by the river. And going free is for everybody. 'Cause going free can free anybody. Free the whites from the guilt they don't need. Free non-whites from a forced victim mentality. So when you hear it in school, please remember, don't let them carry you like a river. No matter what they pitch, do not quiver. You can still be cleansed by the river. When you hear it in school, please remember, don't let them carry you like a river. No matter what they pitch, do not quiver. You can still be cleansed by the river. No.
And you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. Get out your August emojis, your 007s, your dragons, your gems, your crowns, your 95s, ladies and gentlemen, because we're celebrating those who are out in the world and who are making a difference for white well-being. And we begin with the one and only Franklin, General Franklin. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Wallpapering the world. Make sure you celebrate this gentleman, General Franklin. You know what to call him from now on. Wallpapering the world over here on the East Coast. We love him. Big attaboys, August emojis for the great General Franklin. We also have a pristine tweet, and we want to celebrate one of Western kind. Actually, Franklin shared this with us. He wrote this: Ireland is the sovereign homeland of the Irish people. It shouldn't be a continuous dumping ground for all the world's problem peoples. The reason it is currently treated as such is because of the anti-whiteism that's prevalent all across the West that pushes white erasure. Celebrate one of Western kind. Every time I turn around, it is another pristinely worded comment, tweets by the champion. Big salute, crowns for one of Western kind, ladies and gentlemen. Let's celebrate the swashbuckling of the audiobook. This is the only month it will ever be a debut for It's a Comedy Damn It audiobook. Make sure you share that with your conservative friends. It's a great way to introduce them. It could be the printed, it could be the digital, it can be the audio. Make sure you share it, ladies and gentlemen. And if you can't give a comment over on Amazon or any of the other places that it is being posted for purchase, make sure you give a like or a helpful click to all of those positive comments over on those sites, particularly Amazon. A big thank you there. Let's celebrate Western kind art, ladies and gentlemen. What a glorious victory, Western kind art. And she's in the live chat tonight. She has been using the lexicon dialectics on her sister, who she said was liberal and mildly anti-white. And finally, the sister has turned the corner and has identified an anti-white practice at her place of work, calling it as such. God bless you, sister. Let's give Western kind art some crowns, some gems, ladies and gentlemen. Throw some gems at her feet on that red carpet that we have laid out for this glorious feat. Wonderful, magnificent thing, both the achievement and the feat she walks upon. Thank you so much, Western Kind Arts, for that service to white well-being. We hope your sister goes the rest of the way. Go free of anti-whiteism. Hey, let's celebrate my swashing victory over at the post office over those vile anti-white white women that were there, talking about racist to get rid of the black guy and to hire some, or the black man, and to hire some white guy. Little swashbuckling victory there. I want to celebrate. I think he just left. Bio Spirit of the West. Make sure he knows that we celebrated him here for the great work that he's doing. I see his comments. They keep showing up. They're all over Twitter. He writes magnificently. It is always pristine. It is always tipping. I love it. Big salutes to Bio Spirit of the West and his magnificent service. Make sure this man has some gems. Make sure he has some gems. And he's a multimillionaire on these gems. I want to give a big thank you to Grace and her continuing efforts on Twitter to try to bring people in from various communities to have a look at the work we are doing here. She's got a number of tweets that are out, slowly bringing them in from various communities. Big thank you, gems for her and crowns for her, gems for her crowns. How about we put it that way? That sounds different. 95s. Thank you so very much. We want to celebrate Cool Papa J Magic. And then one more celebration, ladies and gentlemen. Cool Papa J Magic writes this. Yesterday at church, he was in the lobby with a few other guys talking about the psychological warfare aspects of anti-whiteism and the weakness in our churches for refusing to address it, along with some other pressing political issues. The conversation was so enthralling, we didn't even go into the actual service, he writes. We spoke loudly and with pride, even had a few laughs. And he writes, I didn't sense an ounce of discomfort in the group. The white positive framing of Go Free is so, multiple O's, so brilliant, like legitimately genius, he writes. It reaches the hearts of white people. Let's give it up for one of the greatest of champions to show up in recent years. It is the one and only Cool Papa J Magic, changing the hearts and minds of brothers and sisters online, in his real life. God bless you, champion. Crowns for the man. Crowns for the man. Let's get him a Polish Arabian to ride on. That's what he deserves. And finally, folks, we want to celebrate Representative Shriver, Joshua Shriver. This past week, he used white erasure. It is epic. In his in one of his tweets, it has I think a couple 100,000 views and growing. How magnificent is that? And who is influencing these people, ladies and gentlemen, but the community that others want to deny our successes because of their jealousy. Let's give it up for Representative Shriver, his use of the lexicon, and members of our community. Just the misses got a private message responded to by Representative Shriver. We also had in his comments at the very top a number of comments getting at the great Shriver. Ivan the Huggable, number one there. General Franklin there as well. Make sure you're getting some raucous emojis for these champions. Make sure. And also we have Ye Old European, Cindy Ben, champions from the outreach team. This is how you change the world, ladies and gentlemen. This is how you recapture our destiny in 10 seconds. We'll be right back. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. This is the moments that we live for. We live for those huge victories, and we live for when others who are bright, their minds scintillate, and they see what's going on in the world. So many of the people who are here in service to white well-being, the biggest names, the ones you recognize, the biggest names, the Brant Dangers, the Furnulls, the General Franklins, on and on, the Yiz, the Unifier, they were on the path already. They were seeing the world as it's actually operating. They were, to various degrees, some of them had come up with, you know what, this is really anti-white. And they were already thinking and saying that. Or they were saying, you know what, this is really the erasure of our people. They were already thinking and saying that. And then they come to, because this is where the silver trumpets direct you. When you are a real champion, the minds that scintillate, the people who are good of heart, they come to white well-being, they come to white positivity, and we got to swash through for you right now, because one of those scintillating minds is with us. It is the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, a co-host of Yiz the Unifier and doing plenty of his own work. But maybe first to you to find out here, Newsfist.
Hey, Jason.
God bless you. God bless
How's
you,
it
brother.
going?
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, man, it is my pleasure. I love watching you and Yiz on your shows, which is on Thursdays.
Thursdays at I think it's 6 p.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. London time. My time zones are all messed up at the moment, but yeah, it's been amazing. We're getting like a lot of really, really good feedback on it, and it's good to do, you know, something sort of like really intellectual and try and sort of dig into the. I guess we focus more on the societal techniques behind, you know, what's come to be sort of, you know, known as white erasure. Although honestly, this toolkit could be used against any ethnic or ideological group, as you can see through history. It was used against the Russians, against the Chinese, against the Vietnamese. It's just us that is being targeted sort of fundamentally at the moment.
Precisely. And seeing things from our point of view is going to be, you know, from our victimization is going to be necessary to remedying the problem. Why don't you introduce yourself to folks? Who is Newsfist and what is it you do?
My name's Chris Carrion, and I am known colloquially as Newsfist, which is, I don't know, it's a name. I sort of picked it when I was like just sort of messing around on YouTube, and I didn't give it too much thought, so I'm stuck with it now. I do a twice weekly news show called Happening TV on Monday and Thursday, and I'm usually on Discord and Dragons on Yiz's show. You can find me at www.newsfist.net. It's got all of my links. I'm not on YouTube really. I'm just on Rumble and Odyssey. The whole censorship thing just gives me the ick. I might try coming back, but I don't know. COVID left a bit of a bad taste in my mouth as far as YouTube goes, to be perfectly honest. And like a beaten spouse, if they do it once, you know they're going to do it again. So, yeah.
Yeah, precisely. It's it's a minefield, and the part of what makes it worse than just the censorship is not knowing exactly what the rules are and when they'll hit you. And so, I mean, that's like, you know, having a psychotic spouse or parent that just suddenly is going to haul off and whale you for nothing, put you into a state, this like a nervous state, and it's definitely a victimization beyond the censorship. So what is the Happening TV? How did you get started on this? And what were the subjects that were most interesting to you, that really drove you? And are those the same subjects that are driving your research and driving you to share that with your audiences?
So I started basically doing news during the lockdowns because, you know, the censorship was just incredible. It was ever present. It was really bad in the UK. It wasn't as bad as in some places. It was, you know, worse in countries like Canada and Australia. And I was very, very worried that what was happening in Canada and Australia would also happen in the UK. You couldn't really cover sort of any of this stuff on YouTube for obvious reasons, because, you know, I'm a science. And I just sort of started trialing this idea of trying to make the news sort of funny, because everything was so goddamn awful during COVID. Like it was just sort of an attempt to counteract the sort of just incredible black pill that everyone was under. And because, you know, I was covering COVID a lot, I was covering the vax a lot. YouTube just basically yeeted me. So, but what you were talking about as well is the chilling effect, right? Like you'll understand this as a live performer, right? You've got to make very, very like quick sort of split-second decisions on what to say, and the more load you've got running in your brain, the more times you've got to think, oh, you know, I shouldn't say that. Oh, can I say that? You know, and you know, can I play this clip? You know, it just starts messing with your flow, and it makes you a much less effective communicator. So I just made a decision to just ditch platforms that dealt with censorship and just try and be as authentic as possible and just say what the hell it was I wanted to say. So yeah, and then that just, it just grew and grew, and I've been doing this for like 3 years now or something like that, and it finally seems to be picking up steam. And then I started working with Yiz, who's an incredibly good co-host. Started doing Discord and Dragons, and then we decided to spin off into something more intelligent, which became Empire of Lies.
Nice. That's a great encapsulation of how you got involved and what really you're covering. Were you already researching for some time before deciding to jump onto the internet? Is that?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not. I wouldn't say I have. I don't have like a medical degree per se, but I've always been very interested in medicine. I've got some medicos in my family, and so when the whole COVID thing broke out, it was just really obvious that there were very, very significant holes in the narrative. And then sort of, the stuff that started happening in the UK was just really bizarre. You got all these weird sort of mass line actions come out. Like, so I don't know if you're aware of this, but the government ginned up this sort of incredible sense of fear. If you contrast the kind of propaganda that they had in World War II, right, where they were like, don't be afraid of the Germans, we can win this, right? The propaganda around COVID was completely the other way, right? It was literally the government trying to scare the ever-loving hell out of everyone. And because I've also always had a bit of an interest in psychological warfare and manipulation techniques, it just sprung out so clearly that it was just impossible to ignore. I mean, they started doing stuff like to support the NHS. Everyone would stand outside their homes on a Thursday night and bang pots together. It was the most cag-handed.
I remember that.
And then we started, finding out that the government had passed laws allowing them to use military-grade psychological warfare techniques on their own citizens, much like a sort of UK version of the Smith-Munt Modernization Act. They had just decided, it's okay, all of these coercive psychological techniques that we've developed to hit other countries, well, we're just going to turn them on our own population now. I mean, like don't worry about it or anything like that. It's totally fine. And I was working on a website called the COVID World that I don't know if anyone remembers, but basically we were tracking, how can I put this delicately, coincidences and completely unrelated accidents, mainly among sporting people and other, that had absolutely nothing to do with anything, but just, purely sort of creating an illusion, obviously, that there was something going on. And then that got shut down basically as well. And it just the sort of serial shutting it downness of the entire thing just led me to explore and talk more about psychological warfare and coercion techniques. And most of these are straight out of, communist Russia, communist China, MK Ultra, did a bit of that. And so these techniques, they never die. They just get recycled and resurrected. And so, yeah, it just became really obvious. And that was what really caught my attention.
Yeah. I mean, the tools, you're right. You're looking at these tools, identify these tools that those in power want to be empowered to various degrees will use on the population. That's one of the interesting things when you share this information, when you are on with Yiz on Thursday, 6 p.m. Eastern time, folks, on Empire of Lies. It's one of the really interesting things. And you have a great relationship with Yiz, how the two of you work together, go back and forth, and you share input and your research, and Yiz comes in, and the two together then is this sort of this confluence, makes for a really interesting and entertaining. What do you think it is about your partnership with Yiz that makes the Empire of Lies such an interesting show? Like, what is it about the energy there that
I don't know. It's actually, finding a good co-host is actually one of the hardest things about doing video content, right? Because you got to have chemistry, and chemistry is a sort of indefinable thing. Yiz is an excellent co-host because we get along like really well, and we get that like really, really good crosstalk. It's hard to quantify such a thing, right? You can see it when it exists, and you can see it when it doesn't exist. But to figure out, whether it's going to be a thing or not is very hard. And the other thing, of course, that find if you ever have the experience of trying to run a podcast, is that the overwhelming majority of people they just don't show up. They're not reliable, right? To get something like this off the ground, I'm sure you're aware of this. You got to show up every time, over and over for years, right? There's no easy pathway to success unless you're being sponsored by an agency or a think tank or some other glow operation, right? You've just got to grind at it. And so if you're going to do it, this is one of the reasons actually for a while I was just doing it by myself, because at least you can always rely on yourself. But Yiz is really, really good. She's always there. She's really, really reliable and a great co-host. So I don't know, and she's got a really interesting take on, she's very into like your stuff and the go free method, and which I'd never really sort of been into. And so I think the combination of sort of her take on anti-whiteness generally, and my take on psychological warfare techniques and the history of communism and all this kind of like other stuff, I think it makes for a really interesting mix, basically.
Really does. You all have a good rapport, and as a consequence, I think a good rapport with your audience. And so I really hope it continues to grow. A lot of very interesting information has already been shared there. What are you, maybe just to stick there for a moment on Empire of Lies, what would you like to share that either has recently been talked about that you found really interesting on Empire of Lies, or what you are all about or in the near future going to be covering on Empire of Lies?
So the episode that I am most proud of so far was the one we did a few weeks back on this new conception I had of sixth generational warfare. And I don't, if any of you people watching have ever done security studies or had the misfortune to do a politics degree at university and read that kind of stuff, you may be familiar with the concept of fifth generational warfare, which is the idea that you get a sort of warfare situation where there are sort of militia groups mixed in with the civilian population, and you can't really tell the civilian population from these militia groups. There's heavy use of psychological warfare, and I sort of I took it one step further to sort of elucidate like the situation that we find ourselves in now, where every single real organized sort of group or resistance has been either defeated or completely subverted in a environment of almost total surveillance, right? And under such sort of conditions, they're not fighting sort of militia groups hiding in the civilian population. They are literally fighting the civilian population. They are trying to destroy the civilian population effectively. And so therefore, in such an environment, and under such total surveillance, you wind up in a situation where the use of any kind of like kinetic action is usually actually like a detriment, because everyone believes that any organized group is already subverted, number one. Number two, many of these groups are already subverted, and any kind of like forceful or kinetic action usually just precipitates greater repression from the government entity involved. And my sort of prescription from that is that what you need to do is you need to essentially adopt the techniques of the left, of Saul Alinsky, who I'm not fond of, but you fight the thing that you're in. You don't fight the thing as you wish that it was.
Right.
And the best tactic is to undermine the legitimacy of the sort of occupying force by making them sort of forced to reveal that they're not really doing it for equality, diversity, inclusion, and for all of these good sounding like fluff reasons, but it is in fact a display of naked force, and hope to undermine the managerial elite upon which the regime rests, essentially.
Yeah, I thought that was an extremely fascinating episode, and I would encourage folks that if you want to go check out, if you haven't already watched Empire of Lies, that episode where they talk about this 6th-gen warfare versus 5th-gen warfare is really fascinating. And I think that Bill Lind would have been interested in discussing it with you.
Oh man, I wish I would have loved to talk to Lind. I mean, like, yeah, I would have really loved to talk to him. Yeah.
But yeah, that is something that if you're a thinker, if you're interested in some material that can be a bit complicated and can involve several sciences, but if you pursue it with any stamina, it'll give you some valuable insight. Then I would start with that episode as well. I found that really interesting. I don't know. I think Yiz is still with us, so if there's an episode that she would recommend, she could direct people to that as well. But what are you, either on Habiting TV or with Yiz on Empire of Lies, Thursdays, 6 p.m. Eastern Time? What are you going to be working on next? And then one more time where people can find you.
So on Happening TV, I actually cover a lot of American news because, quite frankly, you guys are just incredibly fun to watch. American politics is, look, I've existed my entire life on sort of the periphery of the American empire, as it were, first in Australia and then in the UK. I've spent very, very little time in the US. And, you guys just do politics like so much larger and more entertaining. British politics tends to just be very sort of boring and depressing. And it's just like, oh my God, so yeah, I cover a lot of America. I cover a lot of multilateral institutions, things like, I think I'm covering the Munich Security Conference tomorrow, and just trying to keep an eye on what the global regime is doing, because they tend to signal their moves quite a large way ahead. Things like the World WHO pandemic treaty is coming down the pipe. And it's just very interesting watching the sort of global elites flail about, as a significant portion of them seem to be realizing that they're not going to get this sort of quiet revolution they seem to have been going for. I really believe that there's a certain segment of them that thought, we'll just do a communism, right? We'll be all Fabian about it. We won't have to spill any blood. You know what I mean? This will be a quiet, bloodless revolution. And I think they're beginning to realize that this isn't going to happen. So I guess the real question on my mind is what's going to happen next. I am not sure, to be perfectly frank, that many of these people have the intestinal fortitude to go the next step. But I mean, I might be wrong. But if they do have to go the next step into full-blown violence, it will immediately reveal the hollowness of their promises to be liberal and democratic. I mean, no one paying attention really believes that anyway. But it will reveal it to the normals, to the little people, to the large group that aren't being paying attention. And if that happens, then I believe we're going to see a very significant shift in opinion in the way that immigration, for example, is already doing all across Europe. It was fine when it was happening to other people, and you could still sit in your, nice wood paneled coffee shop in the middle of sort of a mostly white neighborhood and just be like, oh yes, I love to help the poor, but when it's your daughter being attacked and raped, when it's like your neighborhood being set on fire, when no one around you speaks English anymore, then it starts to hit a little different, I guess.
Precisely. Everything changes then.
Yeah.
Well, where can I know Yiz is going to be sharing the links, but for those who will be in the listen only Spreaker audience, where can people find you?
www.newsfist.net has all of my links to Rumble and Odyssey and to Yiz's channel, obviously, for the show, and donation links and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, just check it out there.
Perfect, brother. Well, it's been epic having you on. It's been pristine. Make sure you continue to kip, and I'll be watching you this coming Thursday, and we'll have to have you back for a proper interview on a Wednesday if you can make it.
I can do that. I would love to. I'd love to. That'd be great.
Awesome, brother. Promethean Ales, and we'll be right back, folks. My goodness, that was Newsfist Chris. He was awesome, wasn't he? And make sure you get over there. You're following sooner rather than later, and so you won't forget. We want to give our eyeballs, our attention. We want to retweet, regab, etc. Those who are doing good work. That's white positive, nothing white negative here. And the guy's a smart guy. He's at work and for the good of our people, and therefore the good of everybody who lives in the West, and we deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much. News Fist. The space is up and running on Twitter. If you would like to start watching there and then request the mic, we're going to proceed here by right now jumping on over to Entropy and get out your raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen, because we have a glorious, heroic, magnificent, dazzling, spectacular, admirable, stupendous, royal champion, $50 for white well-being, dude bro moment. Let's give him some salutes, ladies and gentlemen. Big applause, big salutes. God bless. Dude bro moment. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. He writes $50 to put it into the victimization of white children in the West, and therefore all children in the West, for white well-being, dude bro moment. We also have Rem Rep over here. Hello to you, Rem Rep, financially gifting $3 and writes this. Thanks, brother. You care, and you've helped many. I appreciate you so much. You've helped me help many more. We will continue. Thank you so much for that, Rem Rep. Big salute to you. That's a wonderful testimonial. God bless you for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's see. I think that's everybody on Entropy. Yes, it is. Let's see. I will come back to make sure. We also have, looks like Sin City is in the chat. I'll come back and see what you have there, Sin City. And let us move on over to Odyssey. What's it look like over there on Odyssey? Do we have any financial gifts to read? No, I don't think I missed anybody. Okay, do we have any tags? Maybe, we'll see. I'll go back. And it looks like over here on D Live, we have Board Troll, financially gifted 1 lemon of a little cryptocurrency over there on D Live. Thank you so much, Board Troll. And hello to everybody that is on Twitter, everybody who is on Rumble, and of course Odyssey. I'll come back around and see if there are any comments that have me tagged in them. But until then, I'm going to swivel around this way. I'll have a look at Cash App and Subscribe Star, and then we'll keep on keeping on. We didn't miss anybody on Subscribe Star and over here on Cash App. Let us raucous emojis celebrate. Big crowns, full of gems, 95s, ladies and gentlemen. You got numbers to toss about? Throw out some 95s. Those are the numbers that actually matter for positive white people. 95s. First Class has financially gifted 50 white well-being dollars, 50 of them. God bless you, brother. Thank you so very much. Great to see you. And he says thank you with those 50. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And we also have the great, we were just talking about this wonderful champion, Yiz, the Unifier, $5 financial gift. And she says, with those $5, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Thank you so much, sister. And we are moving on. It looks like the great Slaughtz is in the Twitter space. Good to see you there, dear sir. And we will see if we can get see if we can get that dashboard up and running again, just to make sure I didn't miss anybody over here. I don't know if we'll talk. Maybe we will. Maybe I'll toss in quickly what we were talking about, or what I was going to talk about for a little bit longer on the gathering today. But it is indeed the Go Free lesson of the day. We missed it last Sunday, so I want to go ahead and get it in today. We don't have any mail from the mailbag, so that's empty. we don't have to cover. We don't have, let's see, one announcement. And the announcement is this. Can we get our magnificent king and ruler Dice, Mark Dice, to talk about or to interview or to highlight Nicholas DeSanto? Can we get over there into that live chat of his or the threads rather of his and get him, make him aware, make him a little bit more aware that there is energy for Nicholas DeSanto, and we want to see Nicholas DeSanto riding atop the world like it is a Frisian horse, a beautiful Frisian, and he's riding this magnificent beast all the way to comedic nirvana. Can we do that? I mean, that's kind of a funny visual, isn't it? But can we do that? I would like to do that if we can. So a mention here and there would be fantastic. Otherwise, though, let me just make sure that this is fine. And okay, good deal. Didn't miss anybody. And it's up and running. Entropy is still up and running properly. So let me just say, Go Free lesson of the day. The Go Free lesson of the day. The nameless one is here. Cool Papa J Magic. I saw DeSanto, Nicholas DeSanto, was on Lotus Eater's podcast. Was he really? That's magnificent. Was that recent or a little while back? Yeah, I created a magnificent ad for him. I created a couple, but one of them I'm going to give to him. It's just went off the charts good with the click-through rate. And if I were marketing for companies instead of white well-being and female, syphilitic, and attracted to males and Korean, maybe I would get hired and have like a 7-figure salary doing marketing. But I'm going to give it to him, and then he can run it if he wants. I've run it, trying to bring as many eyeballs to his great work, his hilarious work. It was yesterday. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I'm glad they had him. I'm glad they would never have me. So because I'm not going to just talk about abstractions. So you're going to talk about flesh and blood? They're like, no. Don't you see? It's so much more mature and so much more intelligent, so much more erudite, sophisticated when you have no concern for the flesh, when you're just fine to sacrifice that flesh. You sacrifice it for ideas, because ideas are what is important. And you got to talk like this. And you talk like you have breathed in the dust, the farts of many other bookworms, and you have just sniffed them. You sniff them in. That's how they view that. They view their reading. They're like, have you read the farts of, do you smell the aroma of the dust of the aged one, the senescent crow that leaned over this book 100 years ago? Means it's smart. You're so sophisticated, you bitch. And so, since I don't do that, they're not going to. But somebody who's a stand-up comedian and a professional, good at it, yeah, apparently that's fantastic. We want him more places. Please, let's make that, especially Dice. Dice saying, have you seen Nicholas DeSanto? Bing. Okay? Supernova. Here's the Go Free lesson of the day, and I'm going to pass the mic over to the great Slaughtz in the Twitter space, and I thank him for joining me. Number one, we have, all of America has a concern over the criminal intruders. Millions have entered the country. Trump is promising, if elected president, that he'll send them all back. The reality is, of course, that the moment he's in office, every single one of these criminal intruders are going to be humanized. And you're going to hear about all their sob stories, the most the ones that have suffered the longest, the ones that are the most sympathetic, the ones it's going to be like the commercials during Christmas when you see these groups that are out shaking you down for some money because of animals being abused somewhere. They don't show you like the average, they show you the worst off case. That's what anti-whites will do. There are also already, you saw Biden moving with a presidential decree to prevent the deportation of Palestinians. And there is verbiage in there to prevent that deportation, even when they have broken laws in this country, to give them work permits as well. You'll have to look at it for yourself to get all the exact details. But they try to make it sound up front like it's, oh, well, if they've been naughty at all, then they go back. But in fact, you read into it and you see, well, actually, they have to go through all of the grand jury, the trial, which can be, way off a year later in the distance, and then any appeals, and then all of this sort of stuff. So look into it for yourself. Maybe I misunderstood. You're going to have all of the efforts of state efforts to give them work permits. And now, mind you, these states that are complaining loudly now because they don't have the money and resources to pay for these people will be caught back up by your state and your city by way of the feds. They will funnel the money to these places. These politicians in these locations, these anti-white politicians, are going to want these crowded, squalid, if they indeed become squalid, environments, because more people, even when they're not citizens, they're counted as people in their district. And the more people there are, the more representatives, the more power the state has. So they want these people. There are all of these motivators. There's, of course, the anti-whiteism, which is the preeminent thing informing everything else. This changes Western civilization. It white erases the projection of white people from Western civilization, and that ergo is a good thing. But there is also the economic aspect. There is more than one way to cure or to address inflation. One of the ways to address inflation is bodies. When you print too much money, you make it not too much money when you add bodies. That is what the criminal intruders will also offer, and there'll be, therefore, pressure from the anti-whiteism by way of the informing everything, every rule, code, law, interpretation, etc., by way of the objectives of victimizing white people and what we put into the world and who and what we are, our physical selves. There'll be all of that. There'll be the desire for the petty chieftains who want more power in Congress. And then there are going to be the banks and the Fed that would be telling Trump, if he were indeed to become president, that no, we need them because more people assuages, addresses, mitigates the damage done by all of the money that's printed to wage wars abroad. Isn't that a neat little trick? On the positive is this. And remember, tag me if you have any comments or concerns. I'm going to be keeping my eye open for any financial gifts. We're going to 9:30, and it is only 8:43 p.m. Eastern time here on the East Coast of the United States, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, that is Washington, D.C. A positive that is slowly coming together for us is this. The implicit white sympathetic sphere, in other words, conservatives, the cucks therein, view the world as leftists and themselves. And the alternative to themselves, when they look out into the world, are the Nazi LARPers, which they reject on various grounds. But the most salient of the attributes of the alternative to conservative America is J-spurging. Indeed, the identity of the alternative right as it existed in the past, or what we can reactionary, etc., third positionist, all of this is viewed by conservative America as Jacebergs. There are other trappings, of course, but indeed the identity, if you were to take away the Jaceberging, there's almost nothing left. Like if the alternative world to conservative America were a building and you took away the Jaceberging, the stone would go, the steel would go, the tile would go. Well, there would be very little left on the footprint where the building once stood. That's a reality. So when they look out at the world, that is what they see as the alternative to themselves. See themselves and the leftists. Well, the Jaceberging world, this identity for explicit white sympathy, the primary identity, Jaceberging, is being outpaced by multiracial Jaceberging. So online, you can have, and you remember, some of you will remember months and months ago, I said that one of the best things that could happen for us would be if a multimillionaire or millionaires came along and they funded a Jaceberging institute, a Jaceberging, webzine and podcasters and vloggers and everything like this. And it was all multiracial Jaceberging, because that would get the biggest audience. And the people are going to go where the biggest audience is. As you can see out in the world, as Jaceberging content creators come to realize, especially non-white or identifying as non-white, even though they're half or 3/4 or whatever, as they realize there is a profit to be made, there's fame to be had, or infamy, aggrandizement to be had, they will give more and more voice to this. And when they do, and they are, more and more of an audience will show up. That is drawing from the white, explicit, sympathetic circles. Because if they need their excuse, that's why they're there. That's why they're showing up. They want to be told that they have no dignity because Jewish people. So are they going to want to go hear that from some white guy with an audience of 30 or 40 or something? Or are they going to want to go hear that from some half white guy, maybe half Hispanic, half black, 3/4 black, all black, but is going to just endlessly blame everything on Jews, that has an audience of 5,000, 10,000, when in its replay, etc., far more? They're going to go there. They are going there. That will effectively delete, in the minds of conservative America, this white supremacist Jew spurging alternative to themselves. We then will look like the alternative. We then will become visible. When you are a conservative, and is there anything else in the world to contend with this leftist ideology that's destroying us? Well, there'll be white positivity. And I have to tell you, I am kindly accepted by conservative circles. When I show up on conservative spaces, if I get an opportunity to talk, or I talk in a thread, they don't automatically reject me. And why should they? I'm white positive. I'm not blaming everything on non-white people. There is a little bit of discomfort, yes, with mentioning the white race at all and our victimization at all. But if we can get more and more of them to come on over and to accept that this is like the new conservatism, this is the remaking of it, this is the real resistance to anti-whiteism that they would call leftist or communist or whatever, these misnomers. If we can get more of them to come, then the number will inspire others. So let's see, did Slaughtz ask me again for the mic? and I will pass it over to you, and I will have a look at. Beowulf is here. Says no why guild. I think JK160 is here. Hello, my brother. Actually, there is a YouTube channel called Life Site Run by John Henry Weston, and he interviewed DeSanto. I don't know. What is that? What is that YouTube channel? Anglo-Saxon is with us. Great to see you. I don't see any new tags for me over here on YouTube. And let me get to my brother here. Slaughtz has the microphone, and when he's able to speak, he may just go ahead and start talking.
All right. It seems my browser glitched out, so I think I fixed it here.
Awesome.
Wow. So you're so right, Jason. When I heard about when you brought up and reminded about the federal government subsidizing what the anti-whites will do in other states, I just felt nauseous. And yeah, it's terrible. But you're right about, the multiracial negativity towards other groups like Jews. It'll be an erasure of anti-white stereotypes when it's no longer associated with us specifically as white people.
Precisely.
And that'll be a good thing.
Yes.
One thing I wanted to bring up on this call was when I joined the Prometheum, I finally felt a sense of community rather than isolation of it.
Great.
And it brought me back to that music I made about community that had Semiagog and Jared in it. And,
yeah.
And upon listening again to it, it brought up the time you had talked about Isabel and her having a abusive anti-white boyfriend and her getting through it by a friend who had given her the Go Free book.
Yes.
But I knew because she was biologically white erasing at first, I came from a white negative background, and my first reaction was pretty violent as compared to yours, which was very compassionate. And as I reflected just yesterday on this, it occurred to me, there's a disconnect here, and I wanted to figure it out. So when I thought about how redemption works for our people, I had come up with an MC for it.
Cool.
And that MC was, there is no sin against the well-being of our people that cannot be atoned by serving it.
I like it. Yeah.
And I knew white negatives would have a problem listening to this because they would think, okay, well, you're just excusing, or not even white negatives, but just general people saying, well, what about inexcusable actions? And, people who have done just so much harm that, there is no atonement by them, in the colloquial sense of the word.
Mm-hmm.
And so to address that kind of situation, I expanded on it further, and I said it's not our obligation as being white people to convince another to cease victimizing us. It is their action that is obligated to stop.
Yes.
Additionally, those who reveal, that was basically the MC there. The other one was not about it. So yeah. In that way, if there's someone who is just intransigent in their anti-whiteism, it's not our obligation to convince them to stop being anti-white. So if they're just going to continue to choose to be that way, then we have to put a stop to it. So there's no issue of justice by having redemption for our people.
Yes, well said. Very well said. And that's brilliant, folks. And I really liked, reeling it backwards here, what you started off with, that you join the Prometheum and you have this sense of community. And you spoke about the compassion I showed, that by that young lady's own words, saved her life by way of another person in our community who got her the Go Free book. What a remarkable series of events. And if it can save as many lives as self-reported as we have at this point, why can't it save yours? Why can't it bring you folks, if you're listening to hearing my voice, why can't it bring you away from white flighting into destructive habits, destructive behaviors, destructive relationships? Why can't it? It can. So you need to, folks, if you're interested in participating in the Prometheum, we want you there. We have a new set of rules up, and you're going to abide by them there. It's all about white positivity. It's all about exploring your journey, the practice itself, and your journey of self-redemption, of reclaiming yourself from these poisonous ideas that you've learned over the course of your life from cradle onward, and simultaneously that of your family, your community, your school, your work where you can, colleagues and friends, in a positive way. There is no good guy genetics. There are no bad guy genetics. There is our well-being that we are going to ensure against our victimization. And there is neutrals out there that are just living their lives, just vagues that are just going through the motions. And then there are anti-whites, and they come in all races. And the most problematic are the white ones, who are right in our living rooms, who are right in our bedrooms, who are right in, those are the people who are the most problematic. And as long as they are at work, we're not going to be able, and as long as also you have the vagues out there thinking that this this selfish individualism is the path to success. As long as they're out there, our resistance to this phenomenon of anti-whiteism, the psychological warfare called anti-whiteism, will be inhibited. It will be undermined. So this is brilliant. You should participate. You should get involved. And looking forward to seeing you. And good people are in the chat now. And we're not allowing even the slightest white negativity anymore. That's done. That's a thing of the past. We're keeping an eye out for that. And you can have your white negative opinions. You can be angry on other races of human beings somewhere else. And you can, if you want to advance some particular political ideology, which, by the way, they've all been subverted. So kind of not really the smartest thing, or advance a particular religious bent. By the way, they've all been subverted. You do that elsewhere. This is a pristine place. This community is a pristine community. We come together on the basis of our biospirit, primarily for those of us who are Westmen, men, women, and children, on that basis. But we also come together multiracially as a community of people who see the immorality of anti-whiteism, who want to put an end to it. And some of these folks some of the folks that come in, they might be totally non-white. They might be half non-white, identify as non-white, whatever it is. Their motivation might be because they look and they see the victimization, they see the things that are being taught to white children, and they think that that's repugnant and it shouldn't be done. And that's why they're here. Other ones might say, hey, I see how I lose my freedom of speech by way of these arguments against white people. I see how I lose safety and security in my town by way of these arguments against white people. I see all this white erasure. I mean, maybe something I need to do, just as an aside, is I need to go out and bring in non-white content creators. If the white ones aren't going to show up, maybe bring in the non-white people and get them talking about, convince them about anti-whiteism and how that's how they get harmed as collateral damage to the victimization of white people. And then suddenly all of these booby white people will decide, oh my gosh, non-white people think it, so therefore I can. But whatever reason these people come in and they want to combat anti-whiteism, we want everyone of every background combating anti-whiteism. Everyone of every background. So that's what we're doing here. That's what we want. And the Prometheum chat group, it's in the description, the link. That's a place for this. Never again. We're not tolerating any more negativity. No more racial animus. As I say one more time, no more pushing. Oh, another thing is no more historical revisionism. No more debating what happened in the past. No more debating whether this religion means that or the other thing. No more of that. No more. And if people are organizing that stuff in our community to happen elsewhere, I need to know. You need to reach out to me, because we need to banish the person who is undermining the work that we're doing for white well-being. Because you get people involved in these internecine conflicts over all of these little, what are superficial. They don't matter. They don't matter, because we are in the Alamo. This is the end days for Western kind if we don't fight our way out, metaphorically, with the love, hope, and redemption that we have here in the Go Free practice. If we don't fight our way out metaphorically, it's done. So it won't matter if you think your religion is better than the other, or their prophet didn't say this, or you all didn't exist before that date, or none of that matters. None of it matters at all. We need to come together and put an end to anti-whiteism. Everyone is welcome here. Everyone, doesn't matter what religion, or you're atheist or whatever, everyone is welcome. We're putting an end to anti-whiteism. Anybody that wants to sectarianize, you will be gone. So it's that simple. Slaughtz, I don't know if you have anything to say to that, but I'm going to take a look at the chat. Yeah,
brother.
Go ahead.
So you brought up the censorship, that someone seeing the censorship of white people would see that their rights are in danger when that's happening. And that brought up what I brought in chat just a few moments ago, which was that, if these conservatives were really anti-censorship, they would be seeing the restriction of speech in Europe as an affront to Americanism. They would not be cuddling up to Europe and being so uncritical of all of their restrictions. So that's something that you might want to call out a conservative on.
Yeah.
If you're in engagement with them.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And then one more thing with what you had brought up, which was the using people to enhance credit of countries, bodies. And what's behind that, I actually thought about how they were doing that, and how, when it comes to credit, they use just people count as a way to say, oh, we have strong credit, where you can trust in our credit, or you don't have to devalue our currency, you can still use it abroad. And the ideology underlining that is that all bodies are equal.
Yes.
That all races are equal, all individuals are equal. And it's just simply not true. And that's one of the things I just wanted to point out, was the ideology underpinning that. Earlier, I think it was yesterday, I had thought about, when approaching a conservative as well about our victimization, if there's like an anti-white president, they'll try to heckle, our positivity. They'll try to heckle that we fight anti-whiteism, and they'll try to deny that we have a distinguishing characteristic in our people that is worthy of protection.
Right.
And I thought about I'm still ruminating on it. I'm not totally convinced of it, but I've got some progress on it. One of the ways that we could reveal to the conservative who's, getting drawn in by this denial by the anti-white would be to, point out, every people has a unique hospitality. Our people express hospitality, and that's a positive spin on our identity, is that our hospitalities are different. And that's kind of what underlies the anti-white narrative about, multiracialism, is everyone has their own hospitality and everyone has their own identity, and that's all positive. And I never see white sympathetics in our sphere pointing out, hey, we have our own hospitality. We have our own positivity, our own way of sympathizing with humanity.
Yes, very well said. I like that as well. Yeah.
And that's all I had, brother.
Cool, man. Yeah, just you keep hanging out, though. I did want to mention, I like that unique hospitality. I do want to mention, and maybe something that we all should be careful about, and that is that when we say that in white positivity that there isn't equality, we mean by that there isn't sameness or identicalness, that all of the different groups of man are not identical, is what we're saying. But of course, the anti-whites and the average person would interpret it, likely the average person would interpret it to mean that there is a hierarchy of races. And we here, and I know Slaughtz feels this way, we here believe that there is no, we aver that there is no cosmic measuring stick for the races of man, that there is no way to say that there is one or this one or that one is better than the other, because there just simply is no measurement for that. There are different groups of man. They have different biospirits, what we refer to as biospirit, easily understood as instinct. They project those instincts onto the world. In their aggregate, those instincts we call culture. And that culture leads to the founding of countries and empires, etc., that have that are distinguished from the groups of people who do not have that same biospirit or instinct. Again, no better than the other, but different nonetheless, very different. And
yeah, I agree. If I could interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not only the people that are different, it's also the standards. So when we talk about credit, that is a system that was invented by a particular people.
Right. Yes, precisely. And it's another reason why, I mean, anti-whites make these arguments themselves in the anti-white narrative to benefit non-white people or other groups that they will classify as victim groups in order to victimize white people. That's the important thing to always note. So they'll talk about the different standards, different tastes, different norms of non-white people. And they'll say that non-white people are uncomfortable with your standards, your norms, your aesthetic, you being the white race. Therefore, what you do, what you have, has to be white erased. It has to be changed. The aesthetic of the town has to change. The standards and expectations for behaviors have to change to mirror these people so that they will be comfortable. Well, obviously, we are victimized and made uncomfortable by the white erasure of our norms, standards, aesthetic, etc. This is the problem, has always been the problem throughout all of recorded history with multiracial environments, and which is why they always lead to cultural Cold War, culture being the aggregate of the instinct projected onto an environment. cultural Cold War that then ends in sanguinary balkanization. You all can take a look at history and find where I'm wrong. I don't think you'll be able to find the multiracial country that grew to great power in its multiracial essence and then became an empire or what have you. So I challenge you to do that. And I know that you won't be able to. But yes, the word equality is problematic because we, of course, mean that there isn't sameness, but in the anti-white narrative, they interpret it as a hierarchy of races. We have here a board troll saying, just as an aside, I guess, that he had a pet rat that would sit on his knee and watch Jared George singing. All right, that's awesome. We'll have to hopefully that will just be that me reading it will be telepathically sent to Mr. George, and he'll realize that now he has another fan. Let's see, looks like no looking for my tags. Anybody tagging me on these other platforms? We're on Twitter live with the video. We're also there on the Twitter space, on Rumble, on D Live, on Odyssey, on Entropy, on YouTube, and a couple of other places, of course. We will be expanding to Instagram to stream live as well. I think we'll see how much they shadow ban the shit out of me there and then make a decision whether or not we will continue. But for right now, we're going to get out some raucous emojis, some 007s, 007 for the king, the man. Give him, if there are tigers in the raucous emoji bag, pull out some tigers because he's going to be riding the tiger. It's the one and only No White Guilt Clips, ladies and gentlemen. Financially gifting 40 protect Western civilization dollars. Thank you so much, hero and champion. I talk about this guy all the time. What a glorious man No White Guilt Clips is. We love you, brother. Thank you for all of the different things you do in service to white well-being. He's covered like the gamut of things that you can do in service, and he just keeps chugging along, no stopping him. His clips that he makes, obviously that's where the name comes from, are just get better and better. And so you should be following him on the different platforms that he's on and retweeting or regabbing, whatever it is, wherever he posts, republishing it, promulgating it everywhere you can. You're not making the clip. You're not giving all the time to find the right places along these streams, along these gatherings. You're not taking the time to learn the software like he does. You didn't do all this and you don't keep repeating it. He is. The least you can do is click repost. That's the least you can do. And if you're in an environment where you can't show people me talking about white well-being, then you need to change that environment. Those are not, if they can't handle white positivity, if they can't handle the recapture of our destiny, then the problem is theirs. The problem is not ours. Let's see. We have the nameless one is in the live chat. He says, I explained to my sister last night that I'm dedicated to white well-being and had to address some concerns that she had. But she sees that it's valid and coming from the right place. So the consequence, so the sister says, isn't this magnificent? Thank you for sharing that testimonial, nameless one. That is absolutely splendid. Absolutely splendid. So the sister has this concern, and I can tell you this from service in the sphere for so many years, that the women in, have you all heard me talk about this? Can I get an amen? Have you all heard me talk about this? How many times? Where a guy comes in, he starts participating, or he's even not allowed in by women in his life. His wife, his mother, his sister, his girlfriend, his daughter. I've seen it all. Maybe I haven't seen the granddaughter. Wait a second. I have somebody that I could call later to see if it was a granddaughter that interfered or if it was the daughter. But either prevent guys from coming in to the sphere or make them quit. They find out that they're participating in some activity to put an end to our victimization. They query them, as Nameless One was queried by his sister. And make no mistake, I think we all know what women, the vast majority, not all, do when they're not getting their way. It is like an endless tantrum. And he could be talking about gasoline prices, or how the basketball in the garage went flat and he can't shoot hoops today. And the sister is going to bring up that he hasn't left this community yet. You know how it works, right? We know. Henpecked enough, right? A whole lifetime of it. So the sister asked, and she's like, what's this about? He shares it, and she says, no issue whatsoever. It's coming from a good place. That's fantastic. Thank you so much for that testimony. I see Jason is here. Julesy is here as well. We have Promethean Kitchen telling us that the channel that DeSanto was interviewed on is LSN TV on YouTube. And you can type that into the search engine and we'll bring it right up. And then you'll be able to check out his interview. I want to check it out as well because I love that guy. He's hilarious. Thank you all for the celebrating. Everybody who celebrates those who should be celebrated, everybody who gives the accolade are worthy of accolades. June is with us. Hello, and great to see you, June. And just running through to see if there are any other tags for yours truly. Another big thank you to No White Girl Clips over there on Cash App for yet again another service. I think he's the most varied in service to white well-being. He makes memes, he makes clips, he financially gifts, he goes out in public and promulgates the message in public. He literally engages politicians with the exact blueprint. He literally carried out the blueprint perfectly. And how many other people? So that's a remarkable feat. God bless him.
He also calls into shows.
That's right. He also calls into shows and rocks it on shows. I mean, he could have walked away with that show that he called in on and just done the whole show himself. I'm sure that would have driven the ratings up, but that guy might have lost his job in the process. It was a great conversation and another magnificent accomplishment, dazzling accomplishment by the great Clips. We can't say enough good about. Okay, I don't see anything else there. Well, Wednesday, we're not quite done yet, but Wednesday we will be back sometime during Wednesday. Usually the roll-ins on Wednesday are in the evening time, East Coast. So around 8 p.m. Eastern time, 8:30, somewhere around that range. And we will have a guest. It's going to be a great conversation. And then we will continue with this interview between Tucker and Benz. And we'll find out some more of the names of the people who are behind some of the current stifling censorship activities that are taking place. And really, I think the question that comes to me is, what is going to happen? What is going to happen this coming election? And I want to read from Positive Clarity. Positive Clarity, a big thank you to all the hard work by Positive Clarity in service to white well-being and in the chats on Twitter that I see so often. Also, Positive Clarity and Wes took a look at this interview. Positive Clarity shared this about the interview. He writes here, looks like it's a lot of what we already sort of know was likely happening, just with a little bit more detail, including names of people and organizations. Essentially, the Pentagon and partner organizations have put disinformation in the category of cyber attack, which gives them more room to infiltrate and wield power, as we would have expected. So there you see this sort of the definition game. This is where a cuck conservative would get mixed up. They would say, well, then we just have to go after this rubric of cyber attack and what is defined under that rubric, as though that is where the problem is, and obviously not. Infiltrating real power, as we would have expected, writes Positive Clarity, they have incredibly complex narrative mapping abilities, and they placed pre-censoring mechanisms into social media to hide any questioning of the election months before the election. Now, Positive Clarity is giving his review of Ben's claim. And so we're not giving this as a statement of fact. You have to do the research yourself. We're talking about the interview between Tucker and Benz. Positive Clarity is giving his review here of that conversation. So he says they were incredibly active during COVID and censored millions of posts that questioned the COVID narrative. Fauci, vaccines, any of it. All of this was done by threatening social media companies that they will be broken up unless these measures are put in place. As we knew, these entities claim to be defending democracy, as they literally do everything they can to prevent actual democracy. Now, that is for us, that is a hypocrisy that we can share for the purpose of communicating the lexical dialectical power of the practice rather than the point of the communication, because the opposition, our victimizers, being hypocritical is not enough to motivate us to a victory. White people dislike hypocrisy, generally speaking. So when they get irked by the hypocrisy, the double standard, you share the concepts that will liberate them rather than leaving them high and dry with nothing to work with and just flustered from the blatant double standard. So let me continue with the rest of and the finality of Positive Clarity's thoughts. For example, questioning even NATO is seen as a threat to democracy. So apparently protocols are put in place to censor that kind of thing as well. The speaker, Benz, frames it as living under military rule. And we'll be, like I said, returning to this idea of military rule as articulated by this guest, Benz, on Tucker's show. His final paragraph is this: seems like he, being Benz, the interviewee, thinks the 2024 election is a coin flip, as there are interesting variables. For example, Elon Musk complicates things, according to Benz. This is partly because the Pentagon needs Musk's technology so that they can coerce him, so they can't coerce him as easily as they would someone else. I would say, we haven't made it to the point. Thank you so much, Positive Clarity, for watching the interview for us and then giving me this report so that I could determine whether or not to share it with the community. So big salute to you for that service and all of your service to white well-being. But it is interesting what is going to end up happening this coming election. And to get right to the nerve of it, what if we have another scenario where no one in their right mind is going to vote for a corpse or for somebody they can throw in at the last minute or what have you? No one's going to be voting for that. No sane person, no numbers are going to be voting for that. In other words, we anticipate that Black people, as long as Trump does the right thing and address it the way I think he should, will be voting in record numbers for Trump because of the disappearing resources in the country, which is adversely impacting them. We talked about that last week or on Wednesday. But what will happen if Trump, it appears again to be a colossal landslide and the regime just says, no, we're going to give it to Biden. We're going to give it to Michelle Obama. We're going to give it to the ball juggler. We're going to give it to anybody else, just as long as it's not Trump. What then? What then for the population? What then for the attitude toward whether or not the government is legitimate? What then when they can you disagree, they just throw you in prison under any trumped up charge and interpretation of law, what then? So if you all have any thoughts, we have Sin City on the chat here from a little bit earlier on entropy, and you can write in the chat on entropy as well. It's a tall Kevin widget. Sin City says Joel Osteen, we were talking about a little earlier, is just around the corner from me. So I guess he lives, or that mega church is somewhere near, very close to where Sin City lives. And Sin City goes on, Osteen is too big, too corporatized. They donate millions to only to blacks, he says. Joel Osteen's church does. So that's really a despicable thing, and we see that very often. I saw that at church, and it's not endemic to the religion. It's endemic to the people practicing the religion, which are infected with anti-whiteism. And so they believe the good thing to do is to to benefit, to help, to succor. And you might not know what that word means. So you could think of it even as the way maybe you think it does without looking it up, to succor non-whites rather than white people. And as a consequence, the religion is thrown out the window. It's defenestrated. Do you remember that word from a couple years ago? Everybody started using this weird, maybe to sound smart, but it's thrown out the window. And instead, all of the aid is held. The last church that I was a regular attendee at, looks like we lost Slaughtz, but we're near the end anyhow. Slaughtz is always welcome in the Twitter space and to talk. We love him. But the last one I attended was helping border crossers, intruders, criminal intruders that were living in the area. And by helping them, again, I didn't understand this back then, but you have public choice theory. So more of them would come. It's the feeding of the pigeons. If you feed the pigeons, there'll be more pigeons, and that means there'll be more pigeon shit. So the more they helped these people who were in the country illegally, the more of them were going to come. So there were always these appeals, help these people out, help these people out. And then when there was a need from Russian legal immigrants, also in the area, not nearly in the same number, but they were legal. They were legally in the country. The church literally said, we don't have the resources. What was the difference between the groups? Well, one was white, one was non-white, and they're taught to be that congregation, like every congregation, taught to be anti-white. Looks like we have a request for the microphone. I'll pass it over. We have just a couple minutes left, but this L has the next couple of minutes. And when you have the mic, it is yours. You can unmute if you'd like. The mic is yours, or you don't have to talk. You can just hang out with me, but have the microphone. Looks like we are blank while you decide whether or not you'd like to share. Slaughtz says he left. He knew we would be wrapping up. All right, brother. Thank you so much for showing up and for your great service to White Wellbeing. And thank you so much for being in the Prometheum chat. I look forward to seeing you in there. Making sure we didn't miss anybody over here on the different opportunities to financially gift. And it looks like no, we didn't miss anybody there, and didn't miss anybody here, and didn't miss anybody over on DLive or Odyssey. And I don't see any tags as well. So looks like we have come to the end of another glorious gathering. We should be enthused by these victories. We had now Joshua Shriver, the state rep that has said white erasure. It's a magnificent, stupendous victory. I heard the news that somebody had shared that victory with a with a group that is populated by people from various groups within the white sympathetic sphere, explicit white sympathetic, and they had nothing to say. They had nothing to say, not adulation, but nothing to say, because it's so much of the time it's just what you're doing won't work, never works, except that it always works. It's always working. So we reached out to Shriver when he came under fire, and I understand he ended up saying, as I say, white erasure. He ended up having his all of his seats, all of his privileges, etc., everything stripped from him, and in the State House. So this is how the anti-whites operate. Another reason why trying to vote your way out of it is preposterous, but you can't even get to that point. No voting or violence will do it. But so they stripped him of that. They're taking all his power away. I understand. And he's not, he's definitely not going free yet. We got to hope now that as we continue to interact with him, so long as he continues, and maybe after he is an elected representative, he will continue to use the concepts and dialectics that will free us from this victimization of anti-whiteism. On his timeline, though, you'll see that there are some challenges. He's definitely conservative viewpoint of the world. He has a tweet that effectively says that the Democrats are the real racists. And he has another tweet that says there's only one race, the human race. And then he wrote amen. So that's obviously from the conservative mindset.
And can I ask you something later?
Oh, you mean after the gathering? Or right now?
I don't know. Now I'm realizing it's just you and me here, right?
No, we haven't hung up yet. We haven't stopped. We haven't signed off yet, I guess, on the show. We're still live.
Sunday, I was trying to ask you a question, and you kept saying I was muted.
Oh, you were muted another time. Okay, well, do you want to ask it right now, or do you want to wait for Wednesday? I think we're going to do a Twitter space on Wednesday as well.
With me, man, I'm not like a typical person. I talk through the spirit. I talk spirit of the moment.
Okay.
Twitter's not good for me because when I finally get a turn to speak, the spirit is gone.
I gotcha.
I speak very off the cuff without a script. A lot of times I say nonsense, but a lot of times I say little gems. And you're doing something very positive. I've been in spaces where they're being racial slurs.
Yeah.
Just wonder, how does that help?
Yeah.
You're speaking more professional, more eloquent. You're winning hearts and minds. There you go.
God bless you, man. Thank you so much. And you're welcome to show up anytime that we have the space. If the spirit moves you, ask for the mic and I'll bring you right up. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I mean, just to speak to what you said, without question, the being white negative, having animus toward other races of people, using racial slurs, runs off the millions and millions of white people who already have an identity, a white identity that they take some pride in and that they would defend if they merely are given the moral framework, the tools, the moral tools to defend that identity.
And our ancestors didn't have to spend so much time in that angry space because they were surrounded by their own kind. So they had more freedom of their mind to make friendships and bond and be creative and build things. But these groups that are stuck in the hatred and the animosity towards certain groups, they're losing all that creativity, right?
Precisely. Perfectly stated. Precisely. Yeah, you're not going to be creative. You're not going to be, when you're hung up on repeatedly saying ugly statements about other groups of people and researching for proof about your statements about how ugly they are, you're not doing anything for us. You're not putting an end to our victimization. You're not looking at your world and the things you can actually do to make a difference. But I got to let you go, brother, because we'll run over on the Spreaker issue of this. It cuts me off. So, but definitely come back into the space next time you see us with one, or whenever you can, man. I really appreciate it.
Voices like yours, but you're the most positive I've heard. Okay, so keep doing what you're doing. Thank you.
God bless you, man. Thank you for that testimonial. That's epic. Yes, man. That's awesome. How awesome. What a great note to end on, folks. This guy shows up and he's like, he's heard some other positive voices, but we're the best here in service to white well-being. We're going to have to say we love him for that. Big salute to that. Let's have a big week in service to white well-being. I'll be looking for you in the trenches. I'll be looking for you. Make sure you're there. I love you. Let's go free.